I moved to a quiet little suburb in Pennsylvania because I thought it would be a safe place to start over. After a messy breakup and a stressful job, the idea of a small, peaceful neighborhood felt like a blessing. The house I found was a small two-bedroom ranch at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was the kind of street where kids left their bikes on the lawns and old couples walked their dogs at sunset. It seemed perfect. The first few weeks were uneventful. I unpacked, met a few of the neighbors, and started to settle in. The house directly to my right belonged to a man named Carl. He looked to be in his mid-50s, with graying hair and an average build. When I first met him, he seemed friendly enough, though a little stiff. He shook my hand but didn't smile much. He asked a few questions about where I had moved from, what I did for work, the usual small talk. I figured he was just a reserved kind of person. But from the beginning, there was something about the way he looked at me. His eyes never quite matched the tone of his words. They were cold, calculating, like he was trying to memorize me. At first, I chalked it up to nerves. Being new in a neighborhood can make everything feel a little off, but over the next few weeks, I began to notice patterns. Whenever I came home from work, he would be outside, not just occasionally, every single day. Sometimes he'd be trimming his hedges, other times just standing in his yard, smoking. But no matter what, his eyes were on me. If I went out to take the trash or grab the mail, there he was. If I looked out my kitchen window at night, I could see the faint glow of his cigarette across the yard, like a tiny red eye in the dark. It wasn't just me noticing either. My sister came to visit one weekend. We were sitting on the porch drinking iced tea when she leaned over and whispered, "That guy next door hasn't taken his eyes off us since we sat down." I looked over, and sure enough, there was Carl standing on his porch, staring. He didn't wave, didn't smile, just stared. We went inside after that. I tried to ignore him. I told myself maybe he was lonely, maybe he was weird, but harmless. But then small things began happening that I couldn't explain. My back gate, which I always kept locked, was sometimes open when I got home. I started finding cigarette butts in my driveway that weren't mine. Once I found a deep footprint in the mud beneath my bedroom window after a night of rain. One night, around 11:30 p.m., I was watching TV in the living room when I heard a soft tap at the back door. It wasn't a knock, more like someone dragging their fingers along the glass. My heart stopped. I crept to the kitchen and peeked out the window. No one was there. I told myself it must have been the wind, but when I went to bed later, I found a small slip of paper tucked under the back door. It said in neat handwriting, "You shouldn't leave your lights off. People might get the wrong idea." I called the police the next day. They came out, took a statement, and told me to call again if anything happened. They even went over to Carl's house to ask questions, but he denied everything. Just trying to be neighborly, he supposedly told them. That night, I found another note on my porch. "You shouldn't have called them." I started locking every door and window, leaving lights on all night, and sleeping with my phone in my hand. But it didn't stop. One evening, I pulled into my driveway after work and saw Carl standing at the edge of my yard. He didn't move when I got out of the car. He just stood there, staring. I asked him what he wanted, and he smiled faintly, the first time I'd seen him do it. "Just making sure you're safe," he said. Then he walked away. Things escalated quickly after that. I began finding small objects on my porch, an old key, a dead bird, a cracked pair of reading glasses. My mail started arriving already opened. One night, my dog started barking wildly at the back door around 2 a.m. When I went to check, I saw a figure standing just outside the motion light, not moving. I called 911. By the time the police arrived, the figure was gone. 2 weeks later, I installed security cameras. The first night they were up, I caught something that made me sick. Around 3 a.m., Carl walked into my backyard. He didn't just walk through, he lingered. He went right up to the back door and pressed his face against the glass, staring into the house. He stayed there for nearly 5 minutes before walking off. The next morning, I found another note. "Cameras won't protect you." I showed the footage to the police. They filed another report, but said without a direct threat or forced entry, there wasn't much they could do. Carl continued to act like nothing was wrong in public, waving at other neighbors, chatting with delivery drivers. But Whenever we crossed paths, he gave me that same flat, chilling stare. One Friday night, I came home late from work. My porch light was out. The bulb had been smashed. I unlocked the door, and when I stepped inside, my blood went cold. Every cabinet door in my kitchen was open. My living room furniture had been moved slightly, like someone had been walking around and touching things. In the middle of the kitchen table was a small stack of photos, pictures of me taken through my own windows. I left the house immediately and called the police from my car. They searched the house but found no one. Carl denied everything again. That night, I stayed at a friend's house. I began the process of moving the next day. I couldn't stay there anymore. The last night I spent in the house, I barely slept. Around 4 a.m., I heard the back door handle rattle softly. Then came a whisper, low and hoarse. "You don't belong here." My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I stayed in my locked bedroom until the police arrived. By then, whoever had been at the door was gone. I left the house the next morning with my remaining belongings stuffed into my car. As I pulled out of the driveway, I saw Carl standing in his yard, hands in his pockets, smiling faintly as he watched me leave. I didn't look back. I moved across the state after that. I changed my number, my address, everything I could, but even now, months later, I still feel like I'm being watched. Sometimes I catch myself glancing at the windows at night, half expecting to see that faint glow of a cigarette, a pair of cold eyes staring back. I double-check my locks every night. I keep my curtains closed, and every now and then when the wind rattles the back door, I swear I can hear a whisper, "You don't belong here." Story the end. It all started the summer I moved into my first real apartment in a small town in Ohio. I was 22, freshly out of college, and determined to make it on my own. The place I found was cheap, a 2-bedroom unit in an aging brick building with creaky floors and a faded "for rent" sign out front. The neighborhood was quiet, suburban, but with the kind of streetlights that flickered in the evenings. For me, it was perfect, until I met my neighbor. I didn't meet him immediately. I was still unpacking boxes, trying to get a feel for the place when I first noticed him. He was older, maybe in his late 50s or early 60s, always on his porch. He had this routine of sitting there every evening with a mug of coffee, staring out at the street. At first, it seemed harmless. He never approached anyone, just watched. I waved a couple of times when I walked my dog, and he would nod stiffly, almost mechanically, but never smiled. His name was Harold, though I didn't know that until the building manager mentioned it. Harold. Weeks went by and things were normal. I was working long hours, coming home exhausted, and Harold remained a distant fixture. But I began to notice little things that felt off. My mail would sometimes be slightly rearranged. A box that had been at the curb would be moved to the side of the building. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe another neighbor or the delivery person had shifted it. But one night, I came home after a particularly late shift, and my front door, which I always locked, was slightly ajar. I froze, heart hammering. Nothing was taken. Nothing was missing, except my bedroom window, which was wide open, even though I was sure I had closed it that morning. I called the police, and they came quickly. They checked the apartment, found no evidence of forced entry, and suggested it could have been a mistake on my part. But the unease lingered. The next morning, I saw Harold on his porch, staring at my window with a mug of coffee, just as usual. I brushed it off, told myself I was being paranoid. Then came the noises. They started faintly at first. Scratches in the walls, like someone was moving furniture when no one else was supposed to be in the building. I would wake up at 3 a.m., heart racing, convinced I heard whispers outside my bedroom door. The sounds would stop the moment I turned on the light. I tried to ignore them, thinking it was the old building settling, but it didn't stop. One Friday, I had friends over for a small dinner. We laughed, drank a little wine, and by the time they left, it was around 11 p.m. I was walking them to the door when I noticed Harold standing at the end of the walkway, not on his porch this time, just standing, staring at me as if he'd been there the whole evening. My friends didn't see him. When I asked them, they said, "Who?" That night, I double-checked all the locks, and for the first time, I put a chair under the doorknob, just in case. The next week, things escalated. I came home from work to find my front door unlocked again. This time, the apartment smelled faintly of smoke, like someone had burned something small inside. My bedroom felt colder than usual. I called the police again. They searched, found nothing, and suggested I consider installing a security system. I did, a simple one with door sensors and a few cameras. I began to monitor the cameras obsessively. That's when I started seeing him, Harold. On the camera outside my front door, there would be flashes of movement late at night, always at the same time, around 2 a.m. He would walk past, slow down, peer at the camera, then keep walking. One night, I caught him crouching by my door, examining the lock. He froze when he saw the camera and then, inexplicably, smiled. A real smile. I began documenting everything: times, dates, noises, sightings. I stopped sleeping well. My friends started noticing I was jumpy, paranoid, but I couldn't stop. I started leaving lights on at night, even in the summer. One night, I stayed up until 4 a.m. watching the front camera feed. That's when I saw him enter my building. He didn't have keys. I watched in horror as he moved down the hallway outside my apartment. He stopped, leaned his head near my door, and whispered something I couldn't hear. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but before I could, he vanished. The footage showed no one leaving the hallway, no signs of exit. I began asking around. Other neighbors told me Harold was quiet, keeps to himself, nothing more. But when pressed, a few mentioned that previous tenants had moved out suddenly, claiming the apartment felt wrong, though they never elaborated. One older woman warned me to stay out of his way. A week later, I returned home late at night from a work trip. The security system alerted me that my front door had been opened. My stomach dropped. I rushed upstairs, and as I reached the landing, I saw Harold standing in my living room. I froze. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there looking at the floor. I managed to whisper, "What are you doing here?" He finally looked at me. His eyes were dark, almost black, and his smile had disappeared. He said softly, "I just want to be neighbors." Something in his voice was wrong. It was too calm, too deliberate, almost rehearsed. My hands shook as I dialed 911. He didn't resist when I yelled at him to leave, but he didn't move. Just stood staring at me until the sirens came. The police arrived, arrested him, and I learned more than I wanted about Harold. He had been living in that building for decades, moving between apartments whenever someone complained about him. No criminal record, no arrests for breaking and entering. He was meticulous, careful, and charming enough that no one ever suspected him. He had a history of stalking neighbors, watching their routines, learning their habits. I wasn't the first to notice, and I likely wouldn't have been the last if I hadn't caught him on camera. After that, I moved out. I couldn't stay in that apartment, couldn't live knowing he had been inside, in my home, watching, whispering. But the experience stayed with me. Even now, years later, I get chills walking past someone on a porch, seeing them stare a little too long. And I can't help but think, what if it's Harold? What if he's watching again, somewhere, waiting for the next neighbor to notice, just a little too late? Even the smallest, seemingly harmless neighbor can hide something terrifying. Sometimes it's not what they do that's scary. It's the fact that they can watch, wait, and know everything about you without anyone suspecting a thing. I still sleep with my door locked, even when I'm home. I never let anyone watch me carry groceries in or take out the trash. I glance over my shoulder constantly. The final straw came one night when I was staying at a friend's house. I was on the couch scrolling through my phone when I received a text from an unknown number. "Nice place. I like how you lock your door. Don't forget the windows." I blocked the number immediately and called the police. They traced it to an unregistered prepaid phone purchased in town. No leads beyond that. But I knew. I knew who it was. The paranoia never fully goes away. I've changed apartments 3 more times since then, each time checking, double-checking the locks, the windows, even the hallway cameras if available. But I know that Harold, or someone like him, is always out there, watching, waiting, studying. And for some reason, you're never truly safe in your own home. Sometimes I tell myself I'm being overly cautious, that it's all in my head. But the lingering thought, the shadow in the corner of my vision, the way a porch light can feel like a spotlight, you never really shake it off. I can't. And I doubt anyone who has truly experienced it ever can. Story the end. It started as one of those ordinary stretches of late summer evenings, the kind where the sun seems reluctant to set and the air hangs heavy with humidity. I had moved into my small suburban home in Ohio just a few months prior, and while the neighborhood was quiet, there was an undercurrent of watchfulness that I didn't initially notice. Everyone kept to themselves, yet every morning on my walk to the mailbox, I could sense eyes following me from the windows. I chalked it up to rural small-town curiosity, nothing more. My next-door neighbor, a man named Harold, seemed harmless at first. He was older, maybe in his late 50s, with thinning gray hair and a perpetually furrowed brow. He kept to himself, worked odd hours, and when he did speak, it was in that low, gravelly tone that made you lean in to catch every word. I'd see him working in his yard at strange hours, late in the night, flashlight in hand, or at dawn, when the street was still shrouded in fog. It was unusual, but I didn't think much of it. The first incident that truly unsettled me was subtle, almost dismissible. I was sitting on my porch one evening, sipping iced tea and reading a book. The neighborhood was quiet, except for the occasional chirp of crickets and distant bark of a dog. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement across the street. Harold was standing near his garage, just staring at my house. Not waving, not nodding, just staring. I froze, unsure if I should acknowledge him. Then, without a word, he walked away. I remember trying to convince myself it was nothing, just the kind of awkward observation that happens in small towns. Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. I would come home from work to find him outside, standing near the edge of my driveway, his gaze following me as I unlocked my front door. Sometimes he'd be sitting in his car for hours, engine off, parked so that he could see my front yard. Mailboxes, street corners, my neighbor's driveway. He seemed to be everywhere I was, silently observing. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was lonely. Maybe he just liked routine. But the creeping feeling of being watched didn't subside. It grew heavier each day. One night, I woke to the sound of scratching at my window. I live on the ground floor, so the noise was unnerving. My first thought was a tree branch, but when I glanced toward the window, I saw a shadow flicker, then disappear. My heart started racing. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, straining to listen. The sound didn't come again that night, but the unease lingered. I checked the locks, double-checked the doors, and yet sleep felt impossible. A week later, I noticed something even more disturbing. I had returned from the grocery store in the late afternoon and found small items in my yard, seemingly placed rather than dropped by accident. Pebbles arranged in strange patterns, small trinkets I didn't recognize. At first, I thought a kid was playing a prank, but there were no kids on the street. I even checked with other neighbors. They hadn't seen anyone. The logical part of my brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe animals moved things. But something about the placement, the deliberate, almost ceremonial arrangement, made my stomach knot with dread. Then came the phone calls. They were sporadic, random, and never contained words. Just silence, breathing, the faint sound of someone moving on the other end. I changed my number once, thinking it would stop. But a week later, I'd find a note slipped under my door. No handwriting I recognized, just printed letters cut from a magazine. "We see you." I couldn't ignore it anymore. I went to the police. They were polite, took a report, but their skepticism was clear. "Without proof, it's hard to do much," one officer said. I tried to capture evidence, security cameras, motion sensors, but every time the footage would go blank or be inexplicably deleted. My digital life felt compromised, my house invaded without any physical signs of a break-in. The worst was the constant presence. Harold seemed to know where I was at all times. He'd appear during my walks, sometimes at the grocery store, occasionally even in the park where I jogged. Always silently, always observing. I started leaving lights on at night, varying my routines, but it was no use. He knew. I began to suspect that this wasn't just obsession, it was calculated. One rainy night, I was home alone. The storm had knocked out power in parts of the neighborhood, and my house was cloaked in darkness. I was sitting in my living room, flashlight in hand, when I heard a soft knock at the door. My heart jumped. Who could it be in this weather, at this hour? I looked through the peephole and saw him, Harold. He was soaked, his eyes wide, fixated on me. My first instinct was to call 911, but the phone had no signal. I opened the door just a crack, asking what he wanted. He didn't respond, just stared. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "You shouldn't be afraid. I'm your neighbor." His tone was calm, almost reassuring, but the malice behind his stare was unmistakable. I slammed the door and backed away, trembling. After that night, I couldn't sleep in my own home. I stayed in motels with friends, but no matter where I went, I'd get messages. Notes slipped under the door, sightings in grocery stores, phone calls with the same silence. It was relentless. I began documenting everything, filling notebooks with dates, times, and descriptions. My paranoia grew. I started barricading doors, installing cameras with backup batteries, and even motion alarms on every window. Nothing deterred him. One evening, after weeks of this nightmare, I came home to find my house exactly as I had left it, except for one small detail. On my kitchen counter was a single photograph taken from inside my bedroom. The angle was unmistakable. The photo captured me asleep, blanket pulled up to my chin. I had no idea when it was taken. My security cameras had been on, and yet there was no footage showing anyone entering. It was impossible. I called the police again. This time, they took it more seriously, sending officers to patrol the area at night. But Harold was careful. He never trespassed when witnesses were present. He was always just outside, invisible to authority, a phantom in plain sight. I considered moving, but the thought of starting over terrified me. What if he followed? What if he had some way of knowing where I went? The encounters intensified. I started receiving gifts at my door, items I had never owned, often bizarre. A child's doll, missing an eye, an old pair of shoes, a cracked mirror. Each time there was a note. I watch. I wait. The letters were always polite, almost cordial, but the threat was unmistakable. My friends suggested I involve a private investigator, but I didn't want to escalate things. I just wanted him to stop. But it was like trying to escape a shadow. Impossible. One night, I woke to a faint scratching sound again. This time, it was more insistent, coming from my bedroom window. My blood ran cold. I shone a flashlight and saw nothing, but then I noticed movement in the reflection of the mirror across the room. He was standing there, just beyond the glass, his eyes fixed on me. I froze, unable to move or breathe. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished. The following morning, I discovered a new note, taped to the inside of my bedroom window. Sweet dreams. I'll be watching. I had no explanation for how it got there. I had locked all doors and windows. My paranoia reached a peak. I barely slept for weeks, surviving on coffee and adrenaline. Every creak, every shadow became a threat. Eventually, I started noticing patterns. Harold's appearances were almost ritualistic, tied to certain times and weather conditions. Stormy nights, quiet afternoons, moments when I was alone. He wasn't just a man next door. He was a presence, a force I couldn't escape. The police were powerless. My friends afraid to visit, my family urging me to move. I did move eventually. I sold the house, took my belongings, and relocated hundreds of miles away. For a time, I thought it would end there, that distance would break his hold. But the nightmare didn't stop. Months later, I received an envelope in my new mailbox. Inside was a single piece of paper, handwritten in meticulous print. "Welcome home. It's good to see you again." That was the moment I realized something terrifying. It wasn't about proximity. Harold's obsession, his watchful eyes, transcended geography. He had made it personal, and nothing, not locks, not police, not distance, could protect me. I started installing cameras, alarms, changing numbers, moving addresses like a fugitive. But there was always the gnawing fear. He knew he was near, and at some point he would return. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night to find shadows where there should be none, a flicker of movement, the faintest creak, and my heart races. I check my doors, my cameras, my windows, but sometimes I don't need to. I know he's watching. Somewhere, somehow, Harold is out there, waiting, patient, and meticulous. The nightmare that began as curiosity and benign oddness evolved into a relentless psychological terror that infiltrated every corner of my life. He is the neighbor who never leaves, the shadow at the edge of sight, the silent observer of my every move. And despite all efforts, the truth is simple and horrifying. He can be anywhere, and he will be. Story the end. It started subtly, like a shadow that lingers just beyond the corner of your vision. I moved into a modest two-story house in a quiet American suburb late in the spring. The neighborhood was the kind where everyone waves at each other during morning walks, the kind of place where you feel safe leaving your doors unlocked on a summer evening. My neighbors were pleasant enough, friendly in a superficial way, but there was something about the house directly across the street that unsettled me. It belonged to a man named Mr. Halpern, an older fellow with a permanent scowl etched into his face and eyes that seemed to pierce through you like frost through glass. He kept to himself mostly, but occasionally when I would see him tending his yard, he would stare a little too long, almost as if he was studying me, memorizing my every move. The first strange incident happened about a week after I moved in. I had just returned from work around 7 in the evening and was carrying groceries into my house. As I stepped onto my porch, I noticed Mr. Halpern sitting on his lawn chair, staring directly at my front door. There was no greeting, no wave, just an unblinking stare. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to his weird sense of neighborly curiosity, and went inside. But as I put my groceries away, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Peering through the blinds, I saw him standing by his window, still watching, and that was when I noticed the dark curtains behind him drawn tightly, as if he was framing himself just to see me better. At first, I brushed it off. Old men can be eccentric, but the frequency of his appearances grew. Sometimes I would see him leaning out of his window late at night, sometimes crouching near his bushes, peeking around the corner of his house. One evening, I saw him in my driveway. Not in the street, not across the yard, but literally standing at the edge of my driveway, looking at my house as if he had no intention of moving. My heart raced, and I called the police. They drove by, shone their flashlights, but when I looked again, he was gone. No one saw him leave, and the patrol officer gave me a look that made it clear they thought I was overreacting. Then the noises began. I would wake up at night to the faint scraping of metal or dragging sounds outside my bedroom window. Sometimes it was accompanied by the sensation of being watched, prickling along my skin like static. I convinced myself it was raccoons or some neighborhood kids playing pranks. But when I checked, there were no footprints, no damage, nothing that explained the noises. And yet, each night, the feeling persisted, and the noises became more deliberate, more organized. It was like someone was methodically walking around the house, circling it, inspecting it. One night I stayed up until 2 a.m., determined to catch whoever or whatever it was. I was sitting in the living room, blinds open, coffee in hand, heart thumping, when I saw him. He was standing by the edge of my yard, perfectly still, and he wasn't just watching my house. He was watching me through the window, right into my eyes. I froze, unable to move. He smiled. A slow, deliberate curl of the lips that made my stomach twist, and then, almost imperceptibly, he lifted a hand and waved. Just one slow, calculated wave, like we shared a secret I wasn't supposed to understand. I blinked and he was gone, just like that. No footprints, no shadows, just empty lawn. From that night, I started noticing other things. Packages I didn't order would appear on my porch, always wrapped in brown paper, no labels, no explanation. Inside were things I didn't recognize, sometimes old photographs of houses I didn't know, sometimes strange objects that felt ceremonial, ritualistic almost. Once it was a small, human-shaped figurine made of clay, crudely molded, with a rough engraving of eyes that looked exactly like mine. I called the police again, but without evidence, there was nothing they could do. They suggested cameras. I installed a few around the house, focusing on the front and backyards, hoping to catch him in the act. The cameras recorded nothing, not a single frame of him in the yard. And yet, every morning, the evidence of his presence was there. The packages, the footprints that vanished mid-lawn, the faint impressions of fingers pressed against the windows. It was as if he could appear and disappear at will. I started sleeping with the lights on, but it didn't help. The sense of being watched followed me into every room. Sometimes I would hear footsteps in the attic above my bedroom, pacing slowly back and forth, even though I lived alone and the attic had no access from the inside. One afternoon, I decided to confront him. I walked over to his house, intending to be calm, polite, and direct. I knocked on the door. No answer. Knocked again, harder. Nothing. I circled the house. The windows were all dark, curtains drawn, and not a sound came from inside. I left a note in his mailbox. We need to talk. Your behavior is making me uncomfortable. Nothing happened, no reply, no gesture. But that night, the noises returned, louder and closer than ever, right outside my bedroom window. Then came the night that changed everything. I was asleep when I heard the faint sound of my front door opening. I jolted awake, my heart pounding, and grabbed the baseball bat I kept under my bed. The door was wide open, even though I was certain I had locked it. The living room lights were off, and the darkness seemed unnaturally thick, almost swallowing the room. I whispered his name, Mr. Halpern, but there was no response. I crept to the window and peered outside. The yard was empty. No one. Nothing. I went back to the door, slowly, bat raised, and that's when I noticed the small footprints leading from the front steps into the yard. They weren't human. Too small, too elongated, almost like claws. I froze. The next morning, I called my friend, Mark, who lived in the next town over. I needed someone else to come over just to see if I was losing my mind. Mark agreed and arrived around noon. I showed him the yard, the strange footprints, the packages. He was skeptical but supportive. That night, we stayed awake together, sitting in the living room with the lights on. Around midnight, the scraping started. This time, we both heard it, unmistakable and deliberate, moving across the porch, stopping right outside the front window. Mark grabbed the bat with me, and I inched closer to the window. We were both staring into the darkness when something small darted across the lawn. Something fast, too fast to be human. We jumped back, and then I noticed movement at the corner of the street. A figure emerged, slowly walking toward the house. It was him, Mr. Halpern. But he was different. His movements were jerky, unnatural, like a marionette. He stopped at the edge of the yard, staring, and smiled that same slow, deliberate smile. Then he raised his hands, not to wave, but like he was showing us something. And in his hands were dozens of tiny figurines, all shaped like people, all with faces that looked vaguely familiar. I recognized a few. They were neighbors. And there, in the dim light, I saw that one of the figures looked exactly like me, bat in hand, frozen in terror. I screamed, and Mark pulled me away from the window. I thought it would scare him off, but he just stood there for what felt like hours, unmoving, watching us. The next morning, the police found him in his house, or what was left of his house. The walls had been painted black from floor to ceiling with some substance, and dozens of figurines littered the floor. Each one had eyes that seemed to follow you, grotesque and lifelike. And then I saw it. My figurine lying face down on the floor, bat in hand, just as I had imagined it the night before. They never found Mr. Halpern. They assumed he left, but there were rumors from neighbors, people who had lived there for decades, that he had never been fully human, or that he had been practicing some twisted form of ritual for years. I moved out shortly after. The house across the street was eventually sold, and a new family moved in, oblivious to what had happened. But sometimes, late at night, I still feel it. That sense of being watched, of tiny eyes following me from the shadows. I sometimes dream of those figurines, each one alive, each one waiting for the right moment to move. I tell myself it's over, but deep down, I know that some things don't stay buried, and some neighbors don't just leave. They linger, watching, waiting until they find a new audience. Even now, years later, when I walk down a quiet street in any suburb, I glance at every window, every lawn, every shadow, because I know it only takes one person, one neighbor, to ruin your sense of safety forever. And I know that if you look too closely at the wrong person, you might become part of their collection without even realizing it. Story the end. It started subtly, the way most horror stories do, with tiny things that you don't notice at first. I had just moved into my new apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio, a place that seemed safe and ordinary, perfect for someone trying to restart their life. My name's James, and I had recently gone through a messy divorce, leaving me with nothing but a few boxes of clothes, a laptop, and a suitcase of books. I wanted solitude, a place to breathe, to disappear for a while. The building was small, 3 stories, brick facade, with a handful of units. My unit was on the second floor, facing the parking lot and the row of maple trees that lined the street. The landlord was friendly enough, though a bit quirky, and introduced me to a few neighbors while I was moving in. There was Mrs. Clark on the first floor, an elderly woman who kept a large garden in front of her apartment. Then, There was Mark and Sheila, a young couple with a baby who lived directly across the hall. Everyone seemed polite, but none of them were particularly talkative, which I liked. The first week was quiet, almost too quiet. I unpacked, settled in, and for the first time in months, felt some peace. But that peace didn't last. One night, as I was lying on the couch watching late-night TV, I noticed something strange out of the corner of my eye. Across the parking lot, in the dim light from the street lamps, I could see a figure standing near my car. I froze, staring, and the figure didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. Then, just as suddenly as I noticed him, he disappeared. I chalked it up to shadows, an optical illusion. The following day, I parked my car closer to the building, thinking maybe I had just imagined it. But the next night, I saw him again. This time, he was leaning against the brick wall of the building, just outside my window. I could make out a man, tall, with a hooded jacket, his face obscured. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was one of the neighbors, a teenager who liked to wander at night. I didn't mention it to anyone. Then the noises started. At first, it was just small things. Scratches on the window frame, the faint sound of footsteps in the hallway when I knew no one was there. I started locking my doors obsessively, checking windows 3 or 4 times a night. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. One night, around 2 a.m., I heard my door handle jiggle. My heart stopped. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed and crept to the door. The handle wiggled once more, and then stopped. I peeked through the peephole. Nothing. I laughed nervously at myself and went back to bed, but sleep was impossible. The next morning, I noticed something chilling, small scratches in the paint on the front door. They weren't deep, more like someone had been trying to pry it open. I called the landlord, but he brushed it off, saying it was probably just wear and tear. But I knew better. I had locked that door. I had checked it myself. Things escalated over the next week. My mail was tampered with. Letters opened, envelopes ripped, small things missing. I started noticing footprints in the thin layer of dust on my balcony, though I live on the second floor. They weren't human-sized, exactly. Smaller, oddly shaped, almost claw-like. Every night I double-checked my windows and locks, but no matter what I did, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. One evening, I came home from work to find my apartment in disarray. Drawers open, clothes on the floor, nothing stolen, nothing valuable touched. Just chaos. I called the police and a young officer came over. He looked around, shrugged, and said maybe it was a prank, maybe a break-in that went unfinished. But I felt the fear clawing into me like ice. This wasn't a prank. I started noticing my neighbors acting strange. Mrs. Clark would stare at me from her window for hours, her eyes too intense, unblinking. Mark and Sheila would whisper in the hallway when they thought I wasn't around, always stopping when I looked. The hallway seemed quieter, too quiet. I began keeping a log, writing down every incident, every sighting, every strange sound. The man, or whatever he was, became bolder. One night I saw him in the parking lot holding a camera, taking pictures of my apartment. I confronted him, yelling, running outside, and he just looked at me, tilting his head like a predator assessing prey. He didn't run. He didn't even flinch. I called the police again, but there was no evidence, no camera, no prints, nothing. Sleep became impossible. Every creak of the floor, every shadow made me jump. I started hearing whispers in the night, soft, almost inaudible. My phone would ring with unknown numbers, and when I answered, there was only static. Sometimes I could swear I heard someone breathing on the line. Then it got worse. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps in my apartment. Heavy, deliberate. I grabbed my bat and shouted, "Who's there?" Silence. Then a whisper from the corner of the room, cold and low. "James." I froze, blood running cold. My eyes darted around. Nothing, but I knew it wasn't in my head. I didn't sleep for 3 days straight after that. I began noticing strange things outside my apartment. The man would be there at night, always standing in the shadows, sometimes closer, sometimes further, but always there. I started taking photos, trying to catch him, but every time I reviewed them, he was nowhere to be seen, as if he never existed. My friends told me I was paranoid, that maybe I was just stressed, imagining things. But then Sheila disappeared. One morning, she and Mark were gone. No note, no warning, just vanished. The neighbors whispered that they moved suddenly, but I knew better. I saw her the night before, standing in my hallway, staring at me, her face pale, eyes wide with fear. She didn't speak. She just turned and walked into the shadows. The police never found anything, and I stopped reporting it, feeling the hopelessness settle into my bones. I started setting cameras, locks, alarms, everything I could think of. Nothing helped. The man, he wasn't just outside. He was in my home. He would appear in reflections, in corners, fleeting glimpses, always watching, always waiting. I began to notice subtle changes in myself. I was jumpy, paranoid, haunted. I stopped going out, stopped talking to anyone. The landlord stopped returning my calls. Mrs. Clark's gaze followed me wherever I went. My apartment felt smaller, suffocating. One night I woke up to my door slowly opening. The air was cold, unnatural. The figure stepped into the room. This time I saw his face. It wasn't human. Eyes too dark, skin pale, thin, stretched unnaturally over his skull. He smiled, and it wasn't a smile. It was something else, something predatory. I screamed and swung the bat. It passed through him like mist. My body shook with fear. He spoke, low and deliberate. "You can't leave. This is yours now." I ran. I didn't stop. I fled through the streets, through the night, hearing his footsteps behind me, but slow and deliberate, always keeping pace. I ran to a nearby diner, collapsing in tears in a booth. The waitress looked at me oddly, and I explained, but she just nodded politely, telling me I could rest. I didn't understand her response, but I didn't care. When I returned a few days later, my apartment was empty. Everything gone. My mail, my belongings, even the boxes I had left unopened. The locks were changed. The landlord claimed he never rented the unit to me, claimed it had been vacant for months. Mrs. Clark and the other neighbors looked at me like I was crazy, but I knew what I saw. I knew what followed me. I moved out, far away, tried to start over, but the feeling never left. Every night I hear whispers, faint but unmistakable. Shadows move in corners of my vision. I can't sleep in silence. I can't sleep in silence. Sometimes I see a tall figure standing outside my new window, hooded, watching. Always watching. I don't know what it wants, but I know it's patient. I know it will wait. Even now, as I write this, I hear the faint creak of footsteps in my apartment. I check the locks, the doors, the windows. Everything is secure, but I know better. I know it will find me again. It always does. I have learned a few things since that first night. 1, it doesn't need doors or windows. 2, it watches, always, and it waits. 3, no one can see it except its target. 4, running doesn't work. 5, it thrives on fear. I don't know how long I can keep this up. The isolation is killing me slowly, the paranoia consuming every thought. I have friends, but I can't tell them, not fully. They would think me insane. But I know what I saw. I know the scratches, the whispers, the man with the dark eyes, the disappearing neighbors. I know the fear, a fear that will not end, not as long as it exists. If you move into a new place, pay attention, listen, watch, because sometimes the ordinary is a trap. Sometimes the neighbor you think you know is not human, or at least not the person you think they are. And sometimes, just sometimes when you're alone, staring at the ceiling, you'll hear a whisper, "James," and know that it has found you, even here. I live like this now, never alone, always alert, but never truly safe. Every night the footsteps come, soft at first, then deliberate, pacing with mine. The shadows stretch, bend, and in every reflective surface I see the same eyes. Dark, patient, hungry, waiting. I know one day it will step fully into my world, and when it does, there will be no running, no hiding, only me and the relentless presence of the neighbor I can never escape. Story the end. It started innocently enough, like most stories that end badly do. I had just moved into a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio after graduating college. The streets were lined with well-kept houses, trimmed lawns, and white picket fences. Everyone waved, smiled, and nodded as they passed. My own house was a small, 2-bedroom, the kind of place you could afford fresh out of school, and my rent was reasonable. I had neighbors on both sides, but I didn't know much about them at first, until I met the one I would never forget. Her name was Mrs. Whitaker. She was in her late 60s, with gray hair pulled into a tight bun, and she always wore floral dresses, even in the winter. At first, she seemed harmless. She baked cookies for me when I first moved in and waved from her porch whenever I left for work. I thought she was just lonely, the type of neighbor who overcompensates with friendliness. But soon, her friendliness began to feel different. The first red flag was the way she knew things about me that I never told anyone. One evening, I was making dinner when she knocked on my door holding a tray of brownies. She smiled, leaned close, and said, "I saw you went shopping today. Those new sneakers look very expensive. Don't wear them out too much, sweetie." I froze. I hadn't mentioned buying sneakers to anyone. Not my parents, not my friends, not my coworkers. My heart raced, but I laughed nervously and thanked her, chalking it up to coincidence. Maybe she had been watching me from her window. That thought alone should have scared me, but at the time, I didn't want to overreact. Things escalated over the next few weeks. She would appear at my door unannounced, claiming she was just checking in. She sometimes asked intrusive questions about my routine: what time I woke up, when I left for work, when I came home. She always smiled, but her eyes lingered too long, like she was studying me rather than talking to me. One night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a strange sound, soft scraping against my back door. I assumed it was a raccoon or something, so I didn't think much of it. The next morning, I found muddy footprints in my backyard, leading from the fence to the sliding door. They weren't animal prints. They were too small and human-shaped. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the prints were gone, washed away by overnight rain. They didn't take the report seriously. Probably just some kids messing around, the officer said. I wanted to believe him. But Mrs. Whitaker's behavior became increasingly unnerving. She started leaving little gifts for me, things I had never mentioned owning. A book I had borrowed from the library but hadn't read yet. A scarf I had admired in a store window but hadn't purchased. It felt like she was inside my head, knowing exactly what I wanted before I did. I stopped answering her knocks, and she stopped coming over for a while, but the unease never left. One night I was working late at my computer when I heard a soft tapping at my window. I live on the first floor, and my bedroom faces the street. My heart skipped a beat. I looked out the blinds and saw her standing there, smiling, holding a small notebook. My instinct was to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. She waved and mouthed, "I see you." Then she turned and walked down the street like nothing had happened. After that, I started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed. I installed extra locks on the doors and added a security camera by the sliding door. I felt paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was constantly watching. And I was right. A few weeks later, I came home from work to find my front door unlocked. My apartment had been locked when I left in the morning. Nothing appeared to be missing, but my drawers had been rifled through. I found a note on my kitchen counter written in childish handwriting. "I like watching you. Don't be mad." I called the police again, but again, they didn't take me seriously. They said it was probably a prank or someone messing with me, but I knew it was her. I knew it. Things took a darker turn when I started noticing her in places she shouldn't be. I went grocery shopping late one night, and as I was loading my car, I saw her walking across the parking lot, staring at me. I parked in a well-lit area right next to the entrance, and she still found a way to be there. I drove home fast, heart pounding, and when I got out of the car, she was sitting on her porch, smiling as if nothing was wrong. Um, then came the phone calls. At first, it was just ringing with no one on the line. Then I started getting recorded messages, breathing, whispers, and once a faint sound of my own voice calling for help. My apartment number was on the caller ID, but I knew I hadn't dialed it myself. The calls were late at night, always around 2 a.m., the same time she had tapped on my window. I couldn't take it anymore. I tried talking to her husband, if she had one, but I found out she lived alone. I spoke with other neighbors, and most of them described her as sweet but odd. One neighbor said they had moved away because she was too intense, but no one seemed to think she was dangerous. Everyone just laughed it off, called her harmless. The breaking point came one night when I was walking my dog. I live in a small cul-de-sac, and the streets are usually empty at night. Out of nowhere, I saw her standing under a streetlight, holding a flashlight. She was staring at me, completely still. My dog growled, pulling against the leash, and I tried to pass by quickly, but she stepped into my path. "Hello, dear," she said softly. "I wanted to see where you go at night. You're always so busy, always running around." I backed up slowly, but she didn't move. Something about her tone made my stomach turn. It wasn't friendly, it was possessive. I finally yanked my dog along and ran to my apartment. I locked the door and leaned against it, trying to calm my shaking hands. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises outside my window, scraping, soft footsteps, whispering. I called the police again, desperate. This time they promised to send a patrol car to watch the area overnight. I stayed up, heart hammering, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard the tapping on my window again. My blood ran cold. The patrol car arrived about 10 minutes later, and the sound stopped. But when the officer knocked on my door to report, I noticed something that made me freeze. Muddy footprints leading from the front of the house around to the side where my sliding door was. She had been inside the perimeter without being caught. I realized I couldn't stay there anymore. I packed a few essentials and decided to crash at a friend's house that night. As I drove away, I looked back and saw her standing on her porch, watching me leave. She waved, smiling, as if she had expected me to go. I stayed with my friend for a few days, but even then, the sense of being watched followed me. I finally decided to move across town, far enough that she wouldn't know my new address. I changed my phone number, updated my mailing address, and tried to rebuild my sense of safety. A month later, I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single Polaroid photo of me asleep in my new apartment, taken from outside the window. There was a handwritten note on the back. I found you again. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Yet. I filed a police report, but the officers just sighed and shook their heads. They told me there was little they could do without catching her in the act. I started installing security cameras everywhere, inside and outside my home, but no matter how many I installed, it never felt enough. Every creak, every shadow made me jump. Over the next year, I moved 2 more times, each time hoping to escape her, and each time I found a new way she had managed to find me. Packages on my porch, notes slipped under my door, footprints in the snow leading to my windows. I never saw her enter my apartment, but I knew she had been there. I stopped answering calls from unknown numbers, stopped opening my door unless I could see clearly through a peephole. Friends told me I was overreacting, that it had to be coincidence. But deep down I knew it wasn't. She knew me. She followed me. And she waited. A few months ago, I thought I had finally outsmarted her. I moved into a small, gated apartment complex in another part of the state. Security cameras, code access gates, a buzzer system. I thought I was safe. But last night, I came home late after work. The gate buzzed open, my code worked perfectly, and the parking lot was empty. I parked and walked toward my apartment, but when I reached my door, I froze. There, on the welcome mat, was a single envelope. My hands shook as I picked it up. Inside was a key and a note. You belong to me now. I don't know how she found me this time. I don't know how she always finds me, but I know she will. And I know that no matter where I move, no matter what precautions I take, she is out there, watching, waiting. I've started keeping the lights on all night. I never go out alone. I don't answer the door, don't check the mail. I've even thought about moving out of the country, but the thought of her somehow finding me there terrifies me more than staying. Every time I hear a knock at the door or a scraping sound outside my window, my blood runs cold. I don't know what she wants or why she is fixated on me, but I know one thing. She will never stop. I've seen the obsession in her eyes, the way she smiles when she watches me from afar. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I can swear I hear her whispering my name through the cracks of my apartment walls. I've thought about calling the police every single time, but what can they do? They can't arrest someone for watching you, for waiting, for making your life a living nightmare, and she always leaves before anyone can catch her. I've tried therapy, but even therapists can't make sense of someone who doesn't just intrude on your life. They invade your mind, your sense of safety, your very being. They call it stalking, but it feels more like possession, like she owns me. I'm writing this because I need someone to know, to validate that this is real, that some neighbors are not just annoying, they are terrifying. And the worst part? She doesn't need a reason. She doesn't need provocation. She just wants to watch, to wait, to control. And now as I type this, I hear it again, a soft tapping at the window. I haven't moved. I can't. Not yet. Because I know if I leave, she will follow. And if I stay, she will come. I don't know how much longer I can survive this. Story the end. It started innocently enough, just like any other fall evening in the suburbs. The leaves were turning a deep, burnt orange, and the air carried that unmistakable chill that hinted winter was on the way. I had moved into my new home only a few weeks earlier. It was a modest two-story house in a quiet neighborhood in Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everyone kept to themselves but nodded politely when you passed by. My neighbors were mostly middle-aged couples or retired folks, and I liked that. It was peaceful, calm, and low drama. The first time I noticed anything strange was on a Tuesday. I was pulling into my driveway after work when I saw my neighbor across the street, a man I knew only as Mr. Hawkins, standing perfectly still in his yard. He was probably in his mid-60s, thin, with a shock of gray hair that stuck up in all directions. He didn't wave or nod. He just stared at my house, unmoving, like he was carved out of stone. I brushed it off, thinking maybe he was just stretching or enjoying the evening air. A few nights later, around 11 p.m., I was making a cup of tea when I noticed shadows moving across the blinds. Peering out, I saw Mr. Hawkins again, standing at the end of his driveway. But this time, it wasn't just idle standing. He was facing my house, completely still, for what must have been 30 minutes or more. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was imagining things. After all, people sometimes just stand outside. Over the next week, the sightings became more frequent. Every night, he would appear somewhere near my house, sometimes in his yard, sometimes crouched by the mailbox, sometimes just standing silently in the shadows of the street lamp across the road, and always, staring directly at me. My friends thought I was overreacting when I mentioned it. Maybe he's lonely, one suggested. Maybe he just likes watching people, another said. It didn't feel like loneliness. It felt deliberate, invasive, and wrong. Then it started happening during the day. I would notice him while watering the plants in my front yard, glancing up to see him at his window, motionless, eyes following every movement. He never waved, never smiled, just watched. And occasionally, when I turned my head, I could swear he wasn't even behind the glass. It was like he'd materialized somewhere else in my line of sight. One evening, around 9 p.m., I was sitting on the couch watching TV when I heard a faint tapping at my window. I froze, straining to listen. There it was again, a light, almost tentative tap on the glass of my bedroom window. My heart was pounding. I crept over, slowly, and peeked outside. Nobody. The yard was empty, the street silent. I laughed nervously at myself and chalked it up to the wind or a branch brushing the glass. The next night, it happened again, only louder this time. Tap! 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 I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police if necessary, but by the time I got to the window, he was standing there. Mr. Hawkins, less than 5 feet away, staring at me with those gray, unblinking eyes. My blood ran cold. He didn't move, didn't say a word, just stared. I must have frozen for a full minute before I scrambled back from the window. My hands were shaking, and I could feel my pulse in my throat. That night, I slept with the lights on and every curtain drawn, but even then I couldn't shake the feeling that he was somewhere outside, watching. A few days later, my mail started disappearing. Letters, bills, packages. Gone. I didn't think much at first, but when a neighbor mentioned seeing Mr. Fredel Hawkins rifling through mailboxes down the street, I started to connect the dots. My mail wasn't just going missing, it was being taken by him. I called the police, but they said they couldn't do much unless I caught him in the act. It got worse. One night around 2 a.m., I woke up to a noise outside my door. Slow, deliberate footsteps pacing back and forth. My house was small and the walls creaked naturally, but these were heavy, deliberate steps, different from the usual house settling. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed and slowly crept to the living room. Through the blinds, I saw him, Mr. Hawkins, standing at the edge of my porch, just staring at the door. I swear in that moment, he wasn't human. His eyes were dark, bottomless, like they were sucking in all the light around him. I called the police immediately. By the time they arrived, he was gone. They searched the neighborhood, knocked on doors, but no one had seen him. The officer who responded gave me that look, the one that says, "You're going to have to handle this yourself," before leaving. I couldn't sleep that night. I barely slept the next week. Every sound, every shadow made me jump. I started setting up cameras around the house. At first, nothing. Then, one night, I reviewed the footage and saw something that made my stomach turn. Around 1:30 a.m., the camera on the porch caught him. He was standing there, holding something. At first, I couldn't tell what it was. Then the footage adjusted, and I saw he was holding a small mirror angled toward my window. I froze. He wasn't just watching me, he was trying to see inside, trying to look into my life, into my home. And then, the worst part, he turned slowly toward the camera. Not a glance, not a shake of the head, just turned. And he smiled. A small, knowing smile that didn't reach his eyes. I began carrying a knife around the house, checking locks multiple times, and sleeping with my phone by my side. But Mr. Hawkins didn't stop. He started leaving things in my yard. At first, small items, a rock, a stick, an old soda can, placed carefully in front of my door. Then, the objects became stranger. A torn glove, a doll with one eye missing, a note written in shaky, almost illegible handwriting. It said only, "I see you." I called my neighbors, trying to warn them. Most brushed me off. They liked him. They said he was quiet, harmless. But a few of the newer residents told me they'd noticed him too. Always staring, always lingering in ways that made them uncomfortable. One woman said she caught him following her to the mailbox once, standing still until she turned around. "He never moves when you look at him directly," she said. Decide. It's like he disappears. Then one night, I found the most horrifying thing yet. I woke to the sound of whispering. Faint, unintelligible, but coming from the backyard. I peeked out and saw him standing by the fence, looking directly at me. My heart was racing. I opened the door slowly, knife in hand. He didn't flinch. He didn't run. He just raised a finger to his lips. Silence, absolute silence, except for the whispering growing louder, surrounding me. I couldn't see anyone else, just him, standing there, smiling. I called the police again. This time, I begged for a welfare check, explaining my fears, my footage, everything. They promised to send someone. Half an hour later, they knocked. I ran outside to meet them, relief washing over me. But when we got to his house, it was empty. Completely abandoned. Dust and cobwebs covered everything. No lights, no signs of anyone living there. It was as if he had vanished. But my cameras didn't lie. He had been there, outside, yesterday, staring at my house. I moved the next week. I couldn't stay. I sold the house to someone else, packed my life into a moving truck, and left that neighborhood behind. I thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. Months later, I received a package in the mail at my new address. No return address. Inside was a small mirror, the kind you might use in a purse. Etched into the glass was a single word, "Hello." I dropped it immediately, heart pounding, my hands shaking. I called the police, but there was nothing they could do. The envelope had no fingerprints, no clues, just that mirror, that word, and the undeniable feeling that he knew where I lived now. I haven't seen him since that package, but I feel him every day. Sometimes in the reflection of a window, I swear I see him standing just out of sight. Sometimes in the corner of my eye, I catch movement that isn't there. My friends tell me I'm being paranoid. They don't understand. He wasn't just a creepy neighbor. He wasn't just a stalker. He was something else entirely, someone who didn't need to be there to be present, someone who could watch me from anywhere. The worst part is the silence. When you're being watched by someone like that, it's not the obvious things that scare you. It's the quiet, the waiting, the feeling that no matter where you are, he is there, just beyond perception, waiting, watching, smiling. And the truth is, I don't know if he ever left at all. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I think I hear the tapping at my window again. Light, deliberate, unmistakable, a reminder, a presence, a promise. I've moved twice since then, each time thinking I was safe, each time thinking I had escaped him, and each time I find something in my mailbox or on my doorstep that tells me he knows, that he is still out there, watching, waiting. People tell me to change my number, change my routines, even move out of state. I've done all of it, and yet I can't shake the feeling that no matter where I go, he's just one street away, staring from a shadow, from a window, from the end of a driveway. And I know, deep down, he doesn't need to be anywhere near me to know everything I do. That's the truly horrifying part. I've come to accept that he will always be with me in some form, that even if I never see him again, I will always feel him in the corner of my vision, in the whisper of the wind, in the quiet that fills a room at night. That's the reality of living with a neighbor like him. The terror isn't in what he does, it's in knowing that he could do anything, anytime, and you would never be able to stop him. Even now, years later, I check the shadows, the windows, the ends of streets, and sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I see him. Just for a second, barely noticeable, a flash of gray hair, a knowing smile, before disappearing again. And I realize with a cold, sinking certainty that I will never be free. Story the end. It started subtly, like most of the things that end up being remembered as warnings. I had just moved into a small suburban neighborhood in Ohio, a place that looked perfect in pictures. Clean streets, neatly trimmed lawns, children riding bikes, the faint smell of barbecue drifting in the summer air. I had taken a job at a local IT company and finally had enough money to rent a modest house by myself. The previous tenants had left in a hurry, leaving the furniture mostly behind, which was perfect for me because I didn't have much of my own. I liked living alone, or at least I thought I did. The first time I noticed him was during a morning jog. I was about 2 blocks from my house, listening to music and trying to keep pace with myself when I saw a man across the street, standing in his driveway. He was tall, thin, wearing a hoodie despite the warmth of the day. There was something off about the way he stood, like he was studying the world through a lens that filtered out everything but me. Our eyes met for a brief second, and then he turned away, disappearing behind his front door. I didn't think much of it at the time. Neighborhoods are full of people you don't know, and maybe he was just curious. Over the next few days, though, he began appearing more often. Not in the way a neighbor waves and smiles over a fence, but just there, watching. I'd be mowing my lawn, and he'd be on his porch, hands in his pockets, staring. I saw him sometimes when I got home from work, standing at the edge of his driveway as if he were waiting for me, even when it was dark out. My first instinct was to chalk it up to coincidence, a trick of my paranoia. One evening, about a week after moving in, I was sitting on my couch watching a late-night show when I heard a soft knock on the front door. I looked through the peephole, expecting maybe a delivery or someone lost. Nobody. I opened the door cautiously, and nothing. Just the empty street, the flickering lamplight, and the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. My heart had been racing, but I convinced myself it was nothing. Kids playing pranks or a branch brushing against the door, but it wasn't nothing. It started with little things. A garden gnome moved from the corner of my porch to the middle. My trash can lid left slightly ajar when I was sure I'd closed it. Once I found my front screen door unlocked, even though I never left it that way. Nothing was ever stolen, nothing obviously broken, but the message was clear. Someone had been inside. I went to the police. They took my statement, asked if I had enemies, if there were suspicious people in the neighborhood. They said they'd patrol occasionally, but there wasn't much they could do without catching him in the act. People do weird things, the officer said. Sometimes the best you can do is keep records and stay alert. I started sleeping with the lights on and the door locked 3 times over. I installed a small security camera over the front door. That night, when I checked the footage, I froze. There he was, standing under the streetlight, staring straight at my window. He hadn't moved for 15 minutes, just watching. I wanted to confront him, but when I stepped outside, he was gone. No footprints, no car, nothing. Then it escalated. I began hearing noises at night, soft tapping like fingernails on the window, or floorboards creaking in the living room when I knew I was alone. Once I woke to the sound of breathing. Slow, deliberate, almost calculated. I grabbed my phone, dialed 911, and ran to my bedroom closet. The dispatcher kept me on the line as I listened. The noise stopped abruptly. When the police arrived minutes later, they found nothing. Nothing but my panicked self and an empty house. I tried talking to my other neighbors about him, but no one really knew much. He had lived there for years, quiet, polite, the kind of person who kept to himself. No one had complaints, no reports of anything unusual. I was alone in noticing the patterns. Alone and getting scared enough to consider leaving, but I couldn't. I had no family nearby, and moving would mean starting over again with work and bills. One Saturday morning, I was drinking coffee on my porch when I noticed him again. Not across the street, but across the lawn. He was crouched near the side of my house, half hidden by a bush, holding something small in his hands. I couldn't see what it was. When he noticed I saw him, he froze for a moment, then stood and disappeared into his house. My stomach twisted. I called the police again. This time I asked if they could do a welfare check, or at least keep an eye on him. They promised to send someone out, but nothing came of it. That afternoon, I got a knock on the door. I didn't answer. Another knock, louder this time. Finally, I opened it just a crack, ready to shout, and he was there, standing calmly, hoodie on, hands visible. "Hey," he said softly. "You've been noticing me." I stepped back. "Who are you? What are you doing?" I like watching people," he said with a shrug. "It's interesting. You're interesting." I slammed the door. My hands shook. I locked it, bolted it, and called the police again. This time they actually came. 2 officers walked around the house, checked the yard, and saw nothing. No footprints, no sign anyone had been inside. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room with a baseball bat, lights on, camera rolling. Around 2 a.m., the power went out. Darkness swallowed the house. I froze, listening. Footsteps, soft, coming from upstairs. I ran to the phone, but the line was dead. Then a whisper. "I know you're awake." I bolted down the stairs, tripped, crashed into the front door, and flung it open. Empty street. My neighbor's house dark. Not a sound. I ran to my car and drove to a 24-hour diner, sitting there until dawn. I didn't call home. I didn't want him to know where I went. The next day, I installed new locks, reinforced windows, and called a private security company. They suggested cameras inside as well, which I did, reluctantly. I hated the idea of living in my own house under surveillance, but it was better than being terrified. Weeks passed. The noises continued, but less frequently. The presence across the street was constant, though. I could feel him when I stepped outside, like an invisible weight pressing down. My work suffered. My friends asked why I never invited anyone over. I couldn't explain it without sounding insane. One night, I woke to the sound of scratching on the bedroom wall. Close, immediate. I grabbed the bat, flipping the lights on. The camera was off, my closet door slightly ajar, nothing inside. Then I noticed the window, open. I was sure I had locked it. I called the police. They came, checked, found nothing, said maybe a branch broke the lock, maybe a raccoon. But I knew. I could feel it in the air, the way someone's attention sharpens when they know you notice them. Then came the breaking point. One Friday evening, I was watching TV, and my neighbor knocked on my door. I didn't answer. He knocked again. Then a voice, soft and deliberate, "I think we should talk." I called 911 preemptively, but by the time officers arrived, he was gone. What they did find, though, shook me to my core. Written in the condensation on my kitchen window, a message in what looked like dirt smudged across the glass. "I see everything." I filed a report, but they said it wasn't enough for charges. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing linking him directly. Just my word against an invisible stalker. I installed motion sensors, lights that would flood the yard if someone stepped on the lawn, cameras inside and out. And yet, he still came. I caught glimpses of him on camera, sometimes crouched, sometimes just standing, motionless, always watching, always waiting. The worst part wasn't the intrusion, it was the escalation. Things began to appear inside my house. Small, subtle things at first. A spoon in the wrong drawer, a light switch flipped down that I had left up. Then more sinister, a knife left on the counter, my bed slightly disturbed at night, the closet door open when I had closed it. Always the feeling of being observed, of someone breathing close when I was alone. I stayed up nights with the bat, sleeping in clothes, lights blazing. Work became impossible. I began thinking about moving, but the thought terrified me. What if he followed? What if he knew where I went? One night around 3 a.m., I woke to movement on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. I grabbed the bat, chest tight, and crept toward the noise. The stairs were empty. My heart slowed, then a sound from the kitchen. Footsteps, light but distinct. I turned the corner and froze. He was there, my neighbor. Not a shadow, not a glimpse, fully there. Standing calmly in my kitchen, hoodie up, hands in pockets. He looked at me, smiled slightly, and said, "I just wanted to meet you. We could be friends." I screamed, swung the bat. He ducked, bolted out the back door. I chased, but the backyard fence was locked from the outside now. I couldn't get out, and when I looked back, he was gone. Not hiding. Gone, like he had never been there. After that, I called a lawyer, filed restraining orders. He ignored them. I moved cameras, upgraded locks, changed routines. Every morning, I checked the street, the yards, the corners, and every morning, he was there, watching, waiting. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, the inevitability that he would never leave me alone. It's been almost 2 years now. I've changed jobs, moved furniture constantly, reinforced doors and windows, yet he persists. I've spoken to other neighbors. No one else sees him. No one else feels it. I'm alone in knowing the truth. He isn't just a man. He's a shadow, a constant presence that doesn't care about laws or boundaries. Some nights, I sit on my couch and pretend it's normal, pretending he's just a figment of my imagination. But then, in the corner of my eye, I see the faint outline of a figure across the street, motionless, watching, waiting. I don't know why he chose me or what he wants. I only know this. He will never stop. I've learned not to sleep with my windows open, not to trust the locks, and never to answer the door. Sometimes when I leave the house to go anywhere, I glance back and see him in the distance, just standing there. No words, no movement beyond watching. Sometimes I wonder if he knows where I am at all times. Sometimes I wonder if he is even human, or if human concepts like fear or law mean anything to him. The police tell me I should consider moving again. Maybe they're right, but the thought terrifies me, because wherever I go, I know he's out there, always watching, always waiting. I've started covering my cameras with black tape when I leave, but even then, I can't shake the feeling that he sees me, inside the house, in the street, in my dreams. I've learned to live with it, or at least I try. I walk with my keys clenched between my fingers, sleep with a bat at arm's reach, and pretend the front porch light is a shield. I know it isn't. And every night, just before I drift off, I feel the cold weight of eyes on me, the certainty of a presence across the street, and I think silently, desperately, please, just leave me alone. But I know he never will. Story the end. It started innocently enough. I had just moved into my first apartment in a small suburban town in Ohio. I was 24, fresh out of college, and working my first real job as a junior graphic designer at a marketing firm. The apartment complex was quiet. Quiet in the way you notice if you're alone at night. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you check your locks twice and glance at the shadows under the trees a little longer than necessary. My apartment was on the ground floor, and I liked that because I could walk straight out to the small grassy area in the back without dealing with stairs or elevators. I like to think of it as my little oasis after a long day at the office. When I first met my neighbors, it was during the mandatory welcome to the complex meet and greet. Most of them were the usual. Young couples, retirees, and a few other single people like me. But there was one man who stood out immediately, a guy named Greg. He was in his late 40s, balding on top with a shaggy fringe around the sides and always wearing an oversized flannel shirt even in the middle of summer. He introduced himself with a weak smile, saying he lived in the apartment next to mine. "If you ever need anything, just knock," he said. But there was something about the way he said it, almost like he meant it, but maybe more than he should. I didn't think much of it at first. I was busy unpacking boxes, setting up my apartment, and trying to get comfortable. The first few days were normal. Greg would wave when he saw me outside or mowing the little patch of grass in front of his door. Sometimes he'd mumble a hello when I went to the mailbox. That was fine. Everyone has quirks, right? Then the little things started. It was a Thursday night when I first noticed something odd. I had just finished work and was walking back to my apartment from the grocery store, carrying a few bags of food. I passed Greg's door, which was cracked open, and I could see him sitting on the couch in the dim light, staring straight at me. Only he didn't wave or nod like he usually did. He just stared. And when I looked away, he was still staring, even though I had continued walking. I shrugged it off. Maybe he was just watching TV. The next morning, I found a note slipped under my door. It was handwritten in messy, uneven letters. "Nice groceries. Hope you like fresh things." I froze for a moment. It was the kind of note that should feel friendly, but it didn't. It felt invasive. I walked over to Greg's door that morning and knocked lightly. No answer. I peered through the small peephole and saw him sitting in the same spot as the night before, just staring at the wall. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had some social anxiety. Maybe he was lonely. I didn't want to make assumptions. Over the next few weeks, the notes continued. They became more specific. "That blue sweater you wore yesterday looked nice. I saw you jogging this morning. You have good form." At first, it was almost flattering, until I realized he was commenting on things I did privately, things I hadn't mentioned to anyone. My apartment started to feel less like a sanctuary and more like a cage. I confronted him once, politely. I knocked on his door and told him that while I appreciated the notes, I wasn't comfortable with them. His response was chillingly calm. He smiled, leaned against the doorframe, and said, "I just like to know my neighbors. It's nice to feel connected, don't you think?" I nodded and walked away, but I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. The behavior escalated. I started noticing small things. My trash bin moved from the curb before the morning pickup, my bicycle slightly repositioned when I came home from work, and once I could swear I saw footprints in the living room carpet that weren't mine. One night, I woke up to the faint sound of tapping at my window. I lived on the ground floor, and when I shone my flashlight outside, nothing was there. But the next morning, there was a single note under my door. "I wanted to see you awake. Sweet dreams." I tried to involve the apartment management, but Greg had always been polite when I brought it up. They said there was nothing they could do because technically he hadn't broken any rules. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked and my phone next to me, ready to call 911 at the slightest hint of danger. The breaking point came one Friday night. I had stayed late at work, finishing a project. When I returned, I found all the lights in my apartment off. I flipped the switch and nothing. I frowned, walked to the breaker, and saw that the main had been turned off. That was impossible. I hadn't been gone long enough for anyone to be inside without me knowing. I called my landlord in a panic, and while he was on his way, I heard a soft knock at my door. Knock, knock, knock. My heart was racing. I whispered into the phone that someone was outside, and I could hear the knocking getting louder, faster. I peeked through the peephole. It was Greg, standing there in his flannel shirt, grinning. The door frame seemed to shrink around him, and his eyes glinted in a way that made my stomach turn. I didn't answer. I ran to the back window and peeked out. The small backyard led to a wooded area behind the complex. At first, I didn't see him. Then, from the shadows, I saw him standing there, watching me. Not waving, not smiling, just staring. I backed away from the window, my phone pressed to my ear, whispering to my landlord to hurry. The police arrived minutes later, though it felt like hours. Greg was gone when they checked. They didn't find anything illegal, and he claimed he had been inside watching TV the whole evening. I didn't argue. I moved my bedroom furniture around, changed the locks, and installed an additional deadbolt. I started sleeping with my lights on, and I avoided leaving my apartment unless absolutely necessary. But it wasn't over. A few weeks later, I came home from work to find a note on my windshield. It wasn't on a slip of paper like before. This was a full sheet of printer paper, neatly typed. "You can run, but you can't hide. I see everything." The words made my hands shake. I parked in a different spot for a week, but the notes kept coming, left in places I would never expect. My mailbox, the front door, even slipped inside a grocery bag when I went to the store. I started noticing that small things in my apartment were off. My fridge door slightly ajar, a kitchen drawer left open, a pen missing from my desk. At first, I blamed myself, absent-mindedness, forgetfulness. But then I realized the notes were becoming more personal. "You put too much salt in your pasta tonight. Your phone battery is low. Don't forget to charge." I started recording everything, taking pictures of the notes, logging the times I saw shadows move in my apartment when I was alone. I even installed a security camera in the hallway outside my door. What I caught on camera made my blood run cold. Greg had a pattern. He would appear in the hallway at odd hours, sometimes crouching in the corner, sometimes leaning against the wall, watching my door. On some nights, he didn't move for hours, just staring. He would leave notes, sometimes hours later, commenting on the smallest details of my day. "You look tired this morning. Did you sleep well?" One night, I stayed up all night watching the security footage on my laptop. Around 2 a.m., I saw him enter the building through a side door that should have been locked. He carried nothing, yet he walked slowly, deliberately, and sat down outside my door, staring. At one point, he raised his hand, and I thought he was going to knock. Instead, he pulled out a small notebook and started writing. I could almost see his grin through the grainy footage. I had enough. I filed a restraining order, but the process was slow. Meanwhile, my life became a cycle of fear and vigilance. I avoided going out at night. I rarely left my apartment for anything other than work. Friends stopped visiting because they said the atmosphere was too tense. Then one night, it got worse. I woke up to the sound of my front door slowly creaking open. My heart stopped. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911. I didn't see him immediately, but I saw the shadow, a tall, broad silhouette standing in my doorway. My apartment was silent, except for my own ragged breathing. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there. I mustered the courage to speak. "What do you want?" My voice shook. The figure didn't respond. I flicked on the light, and it was him, Greg, standing in my apartment, staring. My phone slipped from my hands. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the drawer, and held it in front of me. He laughed, a low, chilling sound that filled the apartment. "I just wanted to see you," he said. "You look different in the dark." I backed into my bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. My phone was still on the floor, screen cracked from the drop. I called 911, whispering everything. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. The apartment was untouched, except for the door slightly ajar and the air thick with the smell of must. I stayed with a friend for the next week while I waited for the restraining order to go through. When I returned, the apartment felt different. He hadn't been back. But the notes continued. They were fewer now, typed and placed under my door with exact precision. "See you soon." I moved out 2 months later, finally finding a place far from that complex. I didn't say goodbye to Greg. I didn't even look back. But even now, years later, I can't walk past a quiet apartment hallway without feeling his eyes on me. Sometimes when I'm home alone at night, I think I see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I tell myself it's just my imagination. But the notes, they never really stopped, even if they're just in my memory now. And I know that somewhere, in some quiet corner, he's still watching. Story, the end. It started innocently enough. I had just moved into a small suburban neighborhood in Ohio after taking a new job in Dayton. The house was modest, a 2-story brick with a narrow driveway and a fenced backyard. Everything seemed normal, the kind of quiet neighborhood where everyone waves at each other in passing, where kids ride bikes on the sidewalk and the mail carrier knows your name. That sense of comfort, however, was deceptive, and I would soon realize that appearances can be terrifyingly misleading. My first encounter with my neighbor happened on a Saturday morning. I was outside struggling to mow my front lawn when an older man came out of the house next door. He was tall, gaunt, with thinning gray hair combed to one side, and his skin had a pallor that seemed almost unnatural in the sunlight. He didn't introduce himself. Instead, he just stood on his porch, watching me silently. I nodded politely, and he nodded back, but there was a strange intensity in his eyes, something that didn't feel quite right. I brushed it off as first-day awkwardness, assuming he was just a quiet man. The next week, I started noticing things. At first, they were small. A shadow moving across the living room blinds when I was home alone, the faint sound of footsteps crunching gravel in my driveway late at night. But I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe the house was settling, maybe the wind was making the porch creak, maybe I was just imagining it. It wasn't until the first note appeared that I realized this was something more. I found the note on my windshield after returning from work one evening. It was handwritten, messy, and jagged, almost as if written in a rush or with trembling hands. The note said only, "I see you." I felt my stomach drop. At first I laughed nervously, thinking it might be some kid playing a prank, but a gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. I lived alone, and there weren't any kids around the neighborhood who I had met yet. I locked my doors that night and tried to sleep, but I kept hearing the faint sound of someone walking back and forth outside my window. The following days were the worst. He started appearing at odd times, always watching from his porch, sometimes from the edge of his driveway. I would see him sitting in his car late at night, headlights off, engine running, staring at my house. I started noticing him watching me when I went to get the mail or took out the trash, always keeping his distance, always silent. The intensity of his stare made my skin crawl. I felt like a trapped animal in my own home. Then the calls started. I didn't recognize the number at first. They were always short, a faint breathing on the other end, then silence. Occasionally, I would hear a whisper, "I know what you did." I had done nothing wrong, nothing at all, but the words were enough to make my heart pound. I considered involving the police, but it would escalate things. I didn't know who he was beyond the fact that he lived next door, and I didn't want to give him any reason to retaliate. It was late August when things escalated. I was working late at my new job and got home around 11 p.m. The street was empty, eerily quiet, and I noticed my neighbor's car was parked in the driveway, even though he usually left it on the street. I shrugged it off, assuming he was home early. As I approached my front door, I noticed the porch light was off, which was odd for him, and then I saw movement in the window, a figure standing just inside, looking straight at me. I froze, unsure if I had imagined it. Then the doorbell rang. I didn't move. It rang again, long and insistent. My hands shook as I fumbled to unlock the door, peering through the peephole. Nobody was there, but on my porch, lying in the dirt, was another note. Open the door. I didn't sleep that night. I left all the lights on, drew the curtains tight, and sat on the couch with a baseball bat in my lap, waiting, listening. Every creak, every rustle outside made my heart leap. When morning finally came, I checked the note again. This time, someone had scribbled something new underneath the original message. You can't hide. From then on, my life became a waking nightmare. I started hearing tapping on my windows late at night, sometimes soft, sometimes loud, as if someone was trying to get my attention. Objects in my house were moved when I wasn't looking. A cup on the counter would be in the sink. A chair in the living room would be facing a different direction. I installed cameras outside, hoping to catch him in the act, but every time I reviewed the footage, nothing was there. It was as if he could appear and disappear at will. I started to feel like I was losing my mind, but the notes kept coming, each more aggressive than the last. I'm closer than you think. You can't escape. I'm always watching. One night, I came home from work to find my front door ajar. My heart stopped. I lived alone. I always locked the door. Inside, the living room was a mess. Drawers were open, items strewn across the floor. On the wall, written in red marker, I like watching you sleep. I called the police immediately. They took a report, checked the house for evidence, but found nothing. Nothing. Fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. They suggested I install better locks and maybe a security system. I did, but it felt pointless. The feeling of being watched didn't go away. A week later, I was sitting in my living room around midnight, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid, when I heard it, the sound of someone walking across my roof. I froze. The footsteps stopped above me, and then I heard a faint whisper, "You're mine." My breath caught in my throat. I called the police again, but by the time they arrived, the sound had stopped. They searched the neighborhood but found nothing. I knew, though, that it was him, my neighbor. He was always there, always close, always waiting. Sleep became impossible. I would lie awake, listening to every sound outside, every car that passed by, every distant shout. I started avoiding the windows entirely, drawing all the curtains, even during the day. I stopped going outside alone. I stopped answering the door. The harassment wasn't limited to my home anymore. I started receiving letters in the mail, anonymous, filled with threats and descriptions of my daily routine. He knew when I left for work, when I returned, when I went grocery shopping. He knew everything. The police told me it was difficult to prosecute without catching him in the act, and every day I felt more trapped, more terrified. The most chilling incident happened one night in October. I was asleep when I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. My heart was pounding. I reached for the baseball bat I kept beside my bed. The door opened slowly, and I could see a figure in the doorway. Tall, gaunt, with eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. I froze, unable to move. The figure stepped inside, just a few feet from my bed, and whispered, "I told you I'd be back." Before I could react, the figure vanished, just like that. No sound of leaving, no trace, nothing. I was paralyzed with fear, my mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. After that night, I knew I couldn't stay in that house any longer. I made arrangements to move, but leaving wasn't as simple as it sounded. He seemed to anticipate my every move, showing up when I went to pack boxes, watching me from across the street when I tried to load the car. Every glance I caught in a window or rearview mirror made my stomach twist. The sense of omnipresent danger was suffocating. When the moving day finally came, I left early in the morning. I loaded the truck with everything I could, leaving nothing behind that he could use against me. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him standing in the driveway, watching me go. At first, the street seemed empty. Then, at the very end, I saw a shadow move across the porch, a hand raised in a slow, deliberate wave. I didn't wave back. I didn't look again. I just drove. Even now, years later, I think about that house, about him, about how someone could be so close, so observant, so frighteningly patient. I've moved multiple times since then. I've changed my number, installed security cameras at every new residence. But the memory of that neighbor, the way he watched, the notes, the whispers, still lingers. Sometimes when I'm home alone, I catch a fleeting shadow in the corner of my vision, and I feel that same primal fear, that same gut-wrenching knowledge that someone, somewhere, is watching. I've tried to tell this story many times, but most people dismiss it. It's probably just paranoia, they say. But I know what I experienced was real. I know how it feels to be hunted in your own home, to feel completely powerless while someone else invades every aspect of your life without ever touching you. And I know that the man who lived next door was not just a creepy neighbor. He was something darker, something more calculating than I could have imagined. I will never forget the sound of his footsteps outside my window, the way he would appear and vanish, the way he seemed to know me better than I knew myself. Living next to him taught me to trust my instincts, to pay attention to the smallest signs, to never ignore that sick feeling in the pit of your stomach when something feels off. I still live in the suburbs, still in America, still surrounded by seemingly normal houses and families, but I will never again take my neighbors at face value. Because sometimes the most terrifying monsters don't come out of the woods or lurk in abandoned buildings. They come next door, waving politely, smiling from their porch, while hiding the kind of darkness that will haunt you for the rest of your life. Story the end. It all started the summer I moved into my first apartment, a small, slightly rundown complex on the edge of town in Ohio. I was 23, fresh out of college, and trying to convince myself that living alone would be liberating. My parents warned me about being cautious, about weird neighbors, but I dismissed it. The neighborhood seemed quiet enough. A few kids riding bikes, old couples tending to their lawns, the occasional dog barking. But I didn't know the full story yet. My first encounter with him, my neighbor, Mr. Hensley, was innocuous, almost mundane. He lived directly across the hall from me, an older man, maybe in his late 50s, with thinning gray hair and a perpetually furrowed brow. I first noticed him because of how carefully he arranged the small potted plants outside his door. He would water them meticulously every morning, humming to himself in a low, gravelly voice. When I said hello the first time, he nodded stiffly and muttered, "Morning," before retreating behind his door. Nothing odd, at least nothing odd enough to notice. The first few weeks, life was standard. I worked at a nearby grocery store, came home, made dinner, watched TV, and went to bed. But slowly, little things started happening, things I didn't immediately connect to him. At first, it was small, missing items. I'd put my keys on the counter and find them on the living room table. My shoes would be moved slightly from where I left them. I blamed myself for being forgetful. Then came the knocking. It started around 2 or 3 weeks after I moved in. At first, it was occasional, a soft tap on my door late at night. I never answered. Whoever it was, they never left anything. But the frequency increased. I would hear it at 2 in the morning, 3, even 4. The tapping was methodical, deliberate, almost ritualistic. I remember one night, lying in bed, staring at the door, heart hammering, trying to convince myself it was a drunk neighbor or some prank. I called the apartment office the next day, asking if anyone reported strange activity, and the receptionist gave me a vague, uncomfortable smile and said, "It's a quiet complex. Maybe just the wind." But it wasn't the wind. I knew it wasn't. A week later, I was getting ready for work when I noticed something strange. My bathroom mirror was fogged up, though I hadn't taken a shower. And scribbled faintly across the condensation in small, deliberate letters was, "I watch you." I froze. My hands shook as I grabbed a towel and wiped it away, thinking maybe it was some prank from a neighbor who could sneak in and out unnoticed. But there was no window broken, no sign of entry. I lived on the second floor, and the door was always locked. That day, I checked all the locks 3 times, and yet the unease didn't leave. The next encounter with him was when I went to confront the prankster. I stepped into the hallway one night after hearing the familiar tapping. Mr. Hensley was standing there, staring at my door, not moving, just watching. I froze. "Do you, live here?" I asked, my voice wavering. He turned slowly, eyes locking onto mine. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of neutrality and something darker, something I couldn't identify. "I live here," he said, voice low, almost monotone. "I know." Something about the way he said it made my stomach drop. I backed into my apartment, slammed the door, and locked it. The tapping stopped that night, but the fear didn't. Over the next month, things escalated. I would come home from work to find my apartment subtly altered. A chair moved, a book misplaced, my bed sheet slightly tugged as if someone had been sitting on it. Once, I opened the fridge to find all my food neatly organized, almost like someone had been cleaning it for me. I didn't touch it, ate out, but I started carrying a small kitchen knife with me around the apartment, just in case. It wasn't until a neighbor from another floor, a woman named Janet, mentioned something that I started to piece it together. We ran into each other in the hallway one afternoon. "Your neighbor, Mr. Hensley," she began cautiously, glancing around. "You've met him, right?" "Yes. Why?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "Be careful," she said. He's been known to, well, people say he watches, not just from the hallway or windows. They say he finds ways inside sometimes, quietly. You think you're alone, but he's there." I laughed nervously, trying to mask the chill creeping up my spine. "Yeah, right. That's creepy. But that's not possible, right? My door locks. My windows are secure." She shook her head. "Locks don't always stop him. He's careful. He watches. He waits. And he likes to know things. Knows what people do in their own apartments. Don't ignore it." That night, I triple-checked every lock, set up my phone camera pointed at the door, and tried to sleep. But at 2 or 3 a.m., the tapping started again. Only this time, there was a second sound. A soft shuffle outside my bedroom window. I live on the second floor. There's no balcony, no ledge, just a drop to the ground. My heart nearly stopped. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the apartment complex. Nothing. Nothing. But then I noticed a shadow move across the wall of my living room. Small, precise, deliberate. I froze. It was him. I called the police. They came, checked the apartment thoroughly, found nothing. They suggested maybe I was imagining things, stressed from work. They left, and the tapping stopped, but the feeling of being watched never did. I started sleeping with all the lights on, checking every corner of the apartment before leaving. Then the letters started. I found them slipped under my door, sometimes folded neatly, sometimes crumpled. Always in the same handwriting, small, precise, almost childlike, yet meticulous. The messages were simple at first. "Hello, I saw you. Look outside." But gradually they became more personal. "You like that shirt? I know what you did today. I like your hair like that." The messages weren't threatening at first, but the intimacy was terrifying. It wasn't someone just pranking me. Someone was inside my space, watching me, knowing every detail of my life. I started carrying pepper spray, installed an extra security chain on the door, even considered moving. But the lease was binding, and I wasn't ready to admit I was trapped. One night, about 2 months in, I came home late from work. The hallway was quiet, empty. I unlocked my door, stepped in, and immediately felt it. The smell. Faint, like damp wood and something metallic, almost coppery. I froze in the doorway. The apartment was empty. Or so I thought. Then I saw it. My couch cushions were slightly displaced. Not enough to trip over, but noticeable if you knew what you were looking for. I crept closer. My hand trembled as I lifted one cushion. Underneath, neatly folded, was a small notebook. Inside were pages of notes about me. What I ate for breakfast, what time I left for work, how I folded my laundry. Even more disturbingly, there were sketches, rough sketches of my apartment layout, and one of the pages had a crude drawing of me sleeping. I backed away, nauseated, and grabbed my phone to call the police. But when I looked up, there he was. Mr. Hensley, standing at the far end of the living room, just staring. "You shouldn't have done that," he said softly. No anger, no malice in his tone, just calm, precise, terrifying calm. I called the police," I stammered, my voice shaking. He tilted his head. "They won't find me. I'm careful. I've always been careful." I ran out, down the stairs, and out into the night. I didn't stop until I reached my car, shaking so violently I could barely insert the key. I drove to a hotel and stayed there until morning, then called the police again. This time they took it seriously. They came with a team, searched my apartment and his, and found nothing. Absolutely nothing. Mr. Hensley was gone. Vanished. His apartment was empty. No furniture, no belongings, nothing. I moved out a week later, found a new place across town, changed my number, installed cameras, everything. And yet, even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that he knows, that he's still out there, watching. I sometimes catch glimpses of him when I drive through old neighborhoods or walking near a park. He never approaches, never acknowledges me, but I feel it. That same deliberate, precise stare, that calm, measured presence that says, without words, I know. I've told my story to a few close friends. Most laugh it off, call it paranoia, but I know the truth. Mr. Hensley wasn't just a creepy neighbor. He was something else. A predator of privacy, a ghost in the walls, a person who knows too much without being caught. I've never returned to that apartment complex. I never plan to. But sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in my new place, I hear a tap, just one, and I can't help but check the door, just in case, because I know it's him. Story the end. It started with small things. I moved into a modest 2-story house in a quiet American suburb, mid-2000s, tree-lined streets, neighbors who all knew each other's business. At first, everything seemed normal. My neighbors were polite, waving from across their lawns, exchanging small talk over fences. But one house in particular always stood out to me, the one directly across the street. The lawn was unusually overgrown, the curtains always drawn tight, and yet I could see movement from the corner of my eye, shadows flicking past windows late at night. Nobody ever seemed to come or go, and every time I saw a car parked in the driveway, it looked like it had been sitting there for years. I first interacted with the neighbor when I was unloading boxes from my truck. A man appeared silently at the edge of the driveway, tall, wiry, wearing a wrinkled suit and an expression that never quite looked human. His skin was pale in a way that made the sun look brighter by comparison, and his eyes were cold and calculating. "New in the neighborhood?" he asked. His voice was calm, almost soothing, but there was something off in the cadence. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Just moved in today." He nodded slowly. "Welcome. I'm Harold," he said. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to knock." I thanked him, thinking it was polite to be friendly, and went about my business. Over the next week, I noticed odd patterns. Harold was never seen during the day, but at night, if I happened to glance out of my window while unpacking, I could see a light flickering from inside his house. Sometimes it looked like he was standing perfectly still, staring at the street, or maybe at me. It was hard to tell. One evening, around 9, I heard something scratching at my back door. I live alone, and my dogs had been unusually quiet, which set my nerves on edge immediately. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously opened the door. Nothing. The backyard was empty, but when I looked up, I caught movement across the street. Harold was standing there, his head tilted in a way that made it look like he was studying me like a specimen. I slammed the door, but the unease didn't leave. The next day, I mentioned it to another neighbor, a woman named Karen who lived 2 houses down. "You've met Harold, right?" I asked. Her face went pale. "I try not to," she said. "He's not normal. Nobody really knows what he does, but there have been things, strange things, animals disappearing, people hearing screams." I laughed nervously, thinking she was exaggerating. Suburban gossip runs wild sometimes, but the fear in her eyes told me she wasn't joking. The first real incident happened about a week later. I had stayed late at work and returned home around midnight. It was pouring rain. The streetlights flickered in the storm, casting eerie shadows across the neighborhood. I noticed that Harold's house was lit entirely on the second floor, bright white light, no flickering this time. I shrugged it off as him reading or watching TV. I got out of my car, ran through the rain, and unlocked my door. But as soon as I stepped inside, I felt something was wrong. The front door was slightly ajar. I hadn't left it unlocked. My heart raced as I checked every room, shining my flashlight in every corner. Nothing. Everything was in place, nothing stolen. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to sleep, but I kept hearing noises, scratching at windows, muffled footsteps in the hallway, whispers so faint I thought I imagined them. The next morning, I noticed something on my porch, a single wet footprint, too big to be mine, and it led straight to the driveway toward Harold's house and then disappeared. I called the police. They came, did a basic sweep of my house and the surrounding area. No one was found. Probably just a prank, they said. But I knew better. That night, I stayed in the living room, lights on, dogs on high alert, and I watched from the window. Around 2 a.m., I saw him. Harold, standing perfectly still at the end of my driveway, and he was holding something in his hands, a bundle that moved slightly. I couldn't see clearly at first, but my mind screamed in horror. I couldn't move. He didn't leave. He just stood there until the first light of dawn, then vanished. After that night, I started documenting everything. Strange lights in his windows at odd hours, muffled noises, the occasional glimpse of him standing unnaturally still in the yard, watching. Neighbors whispered, but no one wanted to confront him. Karen told me she had called animal control once after her cats disappeared and they had found nothing, but the disappearance happened right after Harold had been seen carrying boxes late at night. Then came the incident with the dog. My golden retriever, Max, never left my side, but one evening he went missing. I searched the entire neighborhood, calling his name, checking under every porch and fence. Nothing. I heard nothing, except for that faint whispering again, almost calling my name. Weeks later, I found Max, lifeless, behind Harold's house in the woods. No marks, no signs of struggle, but he had clearly been left there for days. I considered moving. I really did, but something about him made it impossible. It was like a mental weight he placed over the neighborhood, a quiet, oppressive presence. People who tried to move reported odd things. Car engines failing near his house, electrical issues, and even sudden illnesses. It was subtle, but it made leaving complicated. One night, curiosity or perhaps stupidity got the better of me. I decided to get a closer look. I waited until he wasn't outside and slipped through the small path along the woods behind his property. I noticed strange symbols etched into the trees and small, dried stains on the ground that looked like old blood. There were items scattered around, animals, toys, things that belonged to no one I recognized. It was a shrine of some sort, ritualistic, with Harold's presence at the center. I froze, hearing a branch snap. I ran, barely making it back to my house. I began noticing patterns. Every week, certain residents would vanish temporarily. No police reports, no news. Just gone. I suspected Harold. The worst part was that no one else in the neighborhood would talk about it openly. Fear kept everyone silent. It escalated further when my neighbor Karen disappeared. I hadn't seen her in days. I went to her house, but it was empty. No signs of struggle, just a layer of dust over everything, as if no one had been there for months. I called the police again. They said it was likely she moved without telling anyone. But her car was still parked in the driveway. Her mail had piled up. Something was very wrong. That night, I noticed movement in my yard again. I grabbed a baseball bat and shined my flashlight across the yard. Harold was there, standing in the shadows, his face expressionless, almost blending into the night. I yelled at him, but he didn't respond. He just lifted one hand slowly, then turned and walked back toward his house without a sound. I couldn't sleep for days. My dreams were invaded by him, standing in doorways in the corner of rooms, always watching. My life began to revolve around him. Every sound, every shadow, every movement in the dark became a potential threat. I stopped leaving the house after dark. I avoided looking out windows. The neighborhood had become a prison. Then came the night I realized I wasn't alone in the house. I was lying in bed when I heard the softest, almost imperceptible creak of the floorboards. My heart pounded. The sound came again, closer. I grabbed my phone, dialed 911 with shaking hands, whispering into the receiver that someone was in my house. The operator tried to calm me, saying officers were on the way. I tiptoed to the living room, peering around corners, and there he was, Harold, standing in the doorway, perfectly still, just watching. My scream froze in my throat. He didn't move, he didn't speak, he just stared. And then slowly he turned and walked back into the shadows of the hallway, disappearing like smoke. The police arrived minutes later. They searched every inch of my home, but found nothing. No footprints, no forced entry, nothing. Just me, shaking, trying to explain what I had seen. They chalked it up to stress, but I knew the truth. I knew Harold had been in my house, had been watching me sleep. From that night on, my paranoia reached its peak. I installed cameras, motion sensors, alarms, but no matter what I did, he was always there, watching, following. Sometimes in dreams, sometimes in the faint reflection of the windows, sometimes standing across the street for hours on end, just looking. I eventually moved away, months later, but the memories never left. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is still, I swear I can hear him. Outside. Watching. Waiting. Neighbors in my new town sometimes tell me I look nervous, like someone is following me. I don't tell them the truth. Some things are better left unsaid. Some horrors don't stay in one place. They follow like shadows, like whispers, like the unblinking gaze of Harold. And I know somewhere in some quiet suburb across America, he is still watching, waiting for the next person foolish enough to notice him. Story. The end. It started the summer I moved into my first apartment, a modest two-bedroom unit in a quiet suburban town in Ohio. I had just graduated college and taken a job at a nearby logistics company, so the plan was simple: work, pay rent, and try to enjoy the independence I'd longed for. I remember walking into the apartment for the first time, carrying boxes and thinking how perfect it seemed. Quiet neighborhood, parking right outside, neighbors who smiled politely when I waved. But looking back now, I can see how that initial sense of comfort masked the unease that would soon dominate my life. My immediate neighbor, who lived in the apartment next to mine, was a man named Hank. On first impressions, he was the type you'd expect to see on a postal stamp. Quiet, slightly older than me, with a weathered face and a worn baseball cap he never seemed to remove. When I introduced myself, he gave a slow, deliberate smile and a firm handshake. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he said. "I hope you like it here." It felt like a simple neighborly greeting, but there was something in his eyes, a sharpness, an intensity that made me instinctively step back. I brushed it off, convincing myself I was just being paranoid. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. Hank kept to himself, and so did I. But then the subtle, unnerving things began. At night, when I would sit in my living room watching TV, I'd notice shadows flicker past the edges of my blinds. At first, I assumed it was a trick of the streetlight outside, or maybe someone passing by. But soon, I began hearing noises in the walls, the kind of scratching that sounded deliberate, like someone was running their fingers along the drywall. I tried to rationalize it. Old buildings creak, pipes shift, neighbors move furniture. But then I started noticing patterns. Hank would always leave his apartment at odd hours. Sometimes I would see him standing outside my window at night, perfectly still, watching me. I never confronted him. Part of me hoped I was imagining it, and part of me was terrified of provoking him. The first real incident happened about a month after I moved in. I had gone to bed early because I had a 6 a.m. shift. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone knocking lightly on my door. At first, I thought it was a neighbor coming home, so I didn't panic. But the knocking continued, deliberate and rhythmic. When I looked through the peephole, there was no one there. I opened the door cautiously, but the hallway was empty. I chalked it up to a prank or my imagination and tried to sleep, but the knocking returned at 4 a.m., then 5 a.m., always when I was alone and most vulnerable. I started keeping my lights on and even slept with a baseball bat by my bed, just in case. The next day, I mentioned it casually to a coworker, expecting sympathy or advice. Instead, he looked at me with a hint of caution. "You're lucky it hasn't gotten worse," he said. "Some people around here, they're not what they seem." I pressed for more details, but he shrugged and muttered, "You'll see." From that point on, my life became a series of small, creeping horrors. Hank's presence was almost omnipresent. I would hear his footsteps outside my door at times I knew he shouldn't be home. My mail started going missing. One morning, I found my apartment door unlocked when I was certain I had locked it. Nothing was stolen, but my sense of safety had begun to erode. I tried speaking to him directly, once or twice, asking if he had seen anything strange or if he had been in my apartment, but he would smile faintly and shake his head. "Not me," he said calmly, but his calmness only made me more anxious. I started documenting everything. I took videos of strange shadows, photographs of footprints on my balcony that couldn't have been mine, and kept a journal detailing every encounter with him or anything unusual. It didn't help, it only made me hyper-aware. Sleep became difficult. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind outside my window set my nerves on edge. The situation escalated in subtle ways over the next few months. I began noticing items in my apartment slightly moved. A book shifted on the shelf, a chair not quite where I left it. I blamed myself for being forgetful until I found my toothbrush in the fridge one morning. That was the moment I realized this wasn't harmless peeking or idle pranks. Someone had been inside my apartment while I slept. I installed a security camera in my living room, hidden behind a plant. The footage revealed something I couldn't explain. On multiple nights around 2 a.m., a shadow would appear in my apartment, moving slowly, almost gliding across the room. The figure wore a baseball cap, the same kind Hank always wore. My stomach dropped. It was him. I called the police once, describing what I saw, but there wasn't enough evidence. They told me to be careful and document everything. I felt trapped. My home, once my sanctuary, had become a place of fear. One night around midnight, I woke to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. My heart raced as I realized the lights were off and the only sound was soft breathing. I held my breath and reached for the bat beside my bed. I could hear footsteps approaching, deliberate, slow, calculated, then a whisper. "Don't be afraid. I just want to watch." I froze, paralyzed. The voice was calm, almost gentle, but laced with menace. My mind raced. This was Hank. I didn't want to provoke him, but I couldn't just sit there. I swung the bat blindly toward the door, and the footsteps stopped. There was silence, then the soft sound of something scraping against the wall as he retreated. I called the police again, but by the time they arrived, there was no one there. I moved furniture to block the door and began sleeping in the living room, lights blazing, hoping the cameras would catch anything else. That's when I started noticing other signs. His presence wasn't just in my apartment. My car, parked outside, had scratch marks along the passenger side. The tires had been slashed once, then twice, even though the police couldn't find any fingerprints or witnesses. The harassment became psychological as well. I would receive notes slipped under my door, written in messy, almost childish handwriting. "I see you. Don't sleep too long. We're neighbors, remember?" The messages weren't threatening in the traditional sense. They were more insidious, designed to erode my sense of safety. I tried talking to my landlord, who lived on the other side of the complex. She nodded sympathetically, but said there wasn't much she could do. "He's a quiet guy," she said. "No one's ever had complaints." That night, I saw him standing outside my window again, perfectly still, watching me sleep. The breaking point came one night in October. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows. I had just returned from work and was trying to calm down after another long day. I heard the softest knock at my door. Thinking it was a package delivery, I ignored it, but the knocking became insistent, urgent. I peeked through the peephole and my stomach turned. Hank wasn't there. Or rather, he was there, but not like before. His face was pressed against the peephole, impossibly close, eyes wide and unblinking. I stumbled back, heart pounding, and called 911. I told them there was someone in my apartment complex, someone dangerous. By the time the officers arrived, he was gone. They took my statement, but again, couldn't do much. I started thinking about moving, but I had no family nearby and limited savings. The apartment felt like a trap I couldn't escape. Things became worse in the weeks that followed. He began leaving objects inside my apartment. Small, ordinary items placed in odd locations. A single shoe on the kitchen counter, a spoon balanced on the edge of the bathtub, a newspaper open to a page I had just read. It was like he was playing some sort of game, proving he could enter at will, proving I was powerless. Then the phone calls started. I would answer, and there would be nothing but breathing on the line. Occasionally, I would hear him whisper, "I'm right here." The police advised me to hang up and trace the calls, but every time I tried, the line went dead. One night in November, I returned from work to find my front door wide open. Nothing was taken, but the living room was rearranged. Furniture pushed against walls, photos turned face down, and in the center of the room, a note. "Sleep tight." I snapped pictures and called the police, but when they arrived, the note had disappeared. I finally decided I had to leave. I packed my belongings hastily, subleasing my apartment for a few months while I found a more permanent place. On moving day, as I carried the last of my boxes out to the car, I saw him across the parking lot. Hank stood perfectly still, hands in his pockets, watching me leave. He didn't say anything. He just smiled that same slow, deliberate smile and then turned and walked back toward his apartment. Even after I moved, the feeling of being watched lingered. Occasionally, I would catch glimpses of someone in a baseball cap walking past my new apartment. I changed my routines, avoided night shifts, and still, there was that gnawing anxiety, the sense that my neighbor's influence followed me like a shadow. It's been 3 years since I left that first apartment. I have a new job, a new apartment, and a new sense of normalcy. Or at least I try to. But every so often, when I'm home alone, I see movement at the corner of my vision, or a shadow pass behind the blinds, and I feel that same chilling sensation, the memory of Hank's eyes pressing against the peephole, watching, knowing, always there. I never learned his last name. I never knew why he chose me, and I've stopped trying to figure it out because some things aren't meant to be understood. I just know that in that quiet suburban town, for a time, I was trapped in a nightmare orchestrated the person I should have felt safest around, my neighbor. Story the end. It all started on a crisp autumn evening in a quiet suburban neighborhood in upstate New York. I had just moved into a small two-story house on Willow Lane, a street lined with neatly trimmed lawns, modest brick houses, and the occasional maple tree shedding its golden leaves onto the pavement. Everything about the neighborhood screamed peaceful normalcy, except, of course, for the old house next door. It was a weathered Victorian, paint peeling, windows grimy, and the kind of place kids whispered about in school. The previous owners had been elderly, and rumor had it that the last one passed away alone, though no one knew exactly when. I shrugged it off. I wasn't one to scare easily, and I figured old houses came with their quirks. My first encounter with the neighbors was pleasant enough. On the day I moved in, a middle-aged couple from across the street introduced themselves. They were friendly, talked about the community, and warned me in passing about the house next door. "That one's always been strange," Mrs. Palmer said, her voice tinged with something like unease. "The people who live there, well, you'll notice they keep to themselves." I nodded politely, assuming they just meant the house had a reclusive occupant. It wasn't long before I realized what they meant. Within the first week of moving in, I saw him, or at least I assumed it was a him. A man, mid-40s, unkempt, with a scraggly beard and eyes that seemed to dart around constantly, always watching. He didn't greet anyone, didn't maintain his yard, and his front door was almost always closed. But sometimes late at night, I could see him through a thin crack in the curtain, staring out as if waiting. At first, I didn't think much of it. People have their own lives, I told myself. But then the odd noises started. It was subtle at first. A creak of a floorboard at odd hours, muffled thumps, and a faint scratching sound, like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. It was always late at night, sometimes past midnight, sometimes earlier, but always when the street was otherwise silent. My first thought was that maybe he had a dog or was moving furniture, but as weeks went by, it became clear there was nothing ordinary about these sounds. One evening, I had friends over. We were sitting in my living room, drinking beers, when one of them jokingly asked if I'd noticed my neighbor. I laughed, telling them about the guy staring through the window, and we all joked about how he seemed like the kind of person you'd see in a horror movie. But then, just as we were laughing, we heard a loud bang coming from his house, followed by the unmistakable sound of glass shattering. I froze. My friends laughed it off nervously, but I had a sinking feeling in my stomach. I walked to the window and glanced over. The lights in his house were flickering, and for a moment I swore I saw him standing there, watching me, his head tilted unnaturally. Then he was gone. I told my friends it was nothing. Probably just an accident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was aware of every move I made. The next morning, I found something disturbing. My mailbox was slightly ajar, and inside was a folded piece of paper with my name scrawled across it in messy handwriting. I unfolded it, expecting maybe a note from a neighbor, but it was blank. Just a blank sheet of paper. I looked around the street. No one was outside, no cars were moving. It was like the paper had just appeared there. I shoved it into my pocket, uneasy, and didn't mention it to anyone. Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. I would hear whispers outside my bedroom window, soft voices that stopped whenever I looked. Once, I saw footprints in the freshly fallen leaves leading from his house to mine, but there was no one there. Packages I ordered would be left slightly open as if someone had looked inside and then left. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe it was a prank. But deep down, I knew this was something more. One night, I was sitting on my couch reading when I heard a slow, deliberate knock at my front door. My stomach dropped. I wasn't expecting anyone. I peeked through the peephole. No one. I opened the door a crack and looked out. Empty street. But then I noticed something on my porch. A small, hand-carved figurine of a man, hunched over, with features so detailed it was unnerving. I didn't recognize it at first, but the more I looked, the more I realized it resembled my neighbor. I threw it off the porch and slammed the door, my heart racing. Sleep became impossible. Every night I would hear footsteps in my yard, scratching on the siding, and faint, distorted voices calling my name. I started locking every door and window, but no matter what I did, the sounds didn't stop. One night, I woke to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. My dog, normally a heavy sleeper, was growling low in his throat. I grabbed a baseball bat and turned on the light, but nothing was there. Just the shadow of the door slowly swinging back closed. Then came the phone calls. At first, they were just static, a low buzz that sounded like someone breathing on the other end. But soon I started hearing whispers. My name, repeated over and over, sometimes urgent, sometimes mocking. I blocked the number, changed my number, and even tried ignoring it, but it always returned. The calls would come at odd hours, always when I was alone. The breaking point came one rainy Tuesday evening. I had stayed late at work, exhausted and anxious. When I pulled into my driveway, I noticed my neighbor's front door was wide open. I froze in my car, rain drumming on the roof. Something about the way the door hung like it had been forced set off a deep, instinctual fear. I grabbed my keys, ready to call the police, and slowly approached. That's when I saw him, standing in the doorway, soaked, staring directly at me with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. I shouted, asking what he was doing, but he didn't answer. Just turned and walked back into his house, disappearing into the shadows. I didn't move until I heard a sound behind me, a soft, dragging noise. I spun around, but no one was there. My car door had been unlocked, though I was certain I had locked it. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I ran inside, locked the doors, and called the police. They came, took my statement, and went next door. When they returned, their expressions were strange. "The house is empty," the officer said. "No one's living there. No utilities, no furniture, nothing. The place hasn't been occupied for months." I laughed nervously. "You're kidding, right? He's right there. I've seen him dozens of times." The officer shook his head. "There's no one there. Check your security footage. Maybe you're mistaken." I checked. Nothing. No figure in the windows, no movement, no signs of anyone entering or leaving. My stomach sank. I wasn't hallucinating. I had seen him, spoken to him, been terrorized by him, but the evidence said otherwise. From that night on, I changed my routine. I avoided looking at the old Victorian, avoided the windows facing it, and tried to ignore the noises. But it didn't help. The footsteps continued, the whispers grew louder, and the figurines appeared more frequently. Sometimes they were small, human-shaped, sometimes grotesque, twisted versions of people I knew. My friends, coworkers, even my own reflection. Neighbors began to notice too. One afternoon, Mrs. Palmer came by, worry etched into her face. "You're seeing him, aren't you?" she asked quietly. I froze. "What do you mean?" I said, trying to sound calm. She sighed. "He's been here for decades. People see him. They interact with him, but he's never real. Some kind of presence. Everyone on this street has experienced it at some point, but no one talks about it." I wanted to laugh, but I couldn't. The memories were too vivid, too terrifyingly real. She warned me not to engage, but not to try to confront him, and to avoid leaving anything outside that could draw attention. But it was already too late. He was aware of me, and he wouldn't let me forget it. Weeks passed. I became a recluse, afraid to leave my house. Friends stopped visiting after the figurines appeared in their mailboxes. Work became difficult as sleep deprivation and anxiety took its toll. I tried recording the sounds, documenting the incidents, but every camera, every microphone failed. It was as if he existed just beyond the reach of technology. One night, I woke to a cold gust of wind, even though every window and door was locked. On my kitchen counter, a note written in the same messy handwriting as before. I see you. I stared at it, frozen. The air felt heavy, oppressive. My dog whimpered and hid under the table. I knew in that moment that I was not dealing with a human being. This was something else. Something patient, something old, something that thrived on fear. The nights grew worse. I would see shadows moving across the walls, hear whispering just outside my bedroom door. One particularly bad night, I woke to the sound of someone walking on the roof. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, circling my house, moving from front to back. I grabbed a flashlight and ran outside, shining it upward. But there was nothing. No one. Just the rain falling, the wind blowing, and that suffocating feeling of being hunted. Eventually, I tried leaving. I packed my car, my essentials, and drove to a hotel in the next town. For a few nights, I felt relief. But even there, in an unfamiliar place, I heard scratching at the windows, felt eyes watching from the darkness beyond. The calls returned, whispers in the night, and on the fourth night, I found another figurine on the hotel desk, a grotesque version of myself, hunched and staring with empty eyes. I returned home, defeated. I couldn't escape it, and I couldn't tell anyone without sounding insane. The police couldn't help. Technology failed. Friends avoided me. And through it all, the presence remained. Watching, waiting, patient. Years passed. I still live on Willow Lane. I still see him sometimes through the crack in the curtains, standing in the shadows, sometimes at the end of the street. I've learned to coexist, to avoid looking directly, to ignore the whispers and the footsteps. But every night, when the wind howls and the leaves rustle, I remember the first figurine, the first note, the first knock at my door, and I know he's still there, still aware, still waiting. People move in and out of the neighborhood, and some see him too. Others think I'm crazy. I can't blame them. But the truth is undeniable. Whatever this is, it's real, and it's patient. And I am still here, unable to escape the neighbor who isn't really there. Story the end. It started the summer I moved into my new apartment in a small town in Ohio. I had just transferred for work and was renting a modest 2-bedroom unit in a quiet middle-class neighborhood. The street was lined with neat lawns, and the houses all seemed like the kind of place where nothing terrible ever happened. I liked it. My neighbors were friendly in the superficial way people are in small towns, smiling when you passed, waving from a distance, but not overly chatty. At least that's how it seemed at first. I remember the first time I noticed him, my neighbor across the street. His name was apparently Greg, though I didn't know that yet. He lived alone in a slightly rundown house that always had a lot of clutter in the yard. Broken furniture, stacks of old newspapers, a grill that looked like it hadn't been used in a decade. But there was something off about him. The first time I saw him, he was just standing at his driveway staring at me. Not waving, not smiling, just staring. I remember feeling my stomach tighten. It wasn't until later I realized he had that way of standing that made you feel like you were being watched for days on end, even when he wasn't outside anymore. At first, I thought I was overreacting. I moved in mid-June, and by July I had started noticing strange things. Small things. At night, when I would sit in my living room reading or watching TV, I would sometimes glance out the window and see him across the street in his front yard, just standing there. Sometimes he would be holding a cup, sometimes a cigarette. I told myself he was just a night owl. That's normal, right? But the weird part was how still he always was, how he seemed to be staring directly at my window, even when I tried to be careful not to be seen. It was the way he would hold his head and tilt it slightly, like he was studying me, not casually, but intently, as if memorizing something about me. By August, the feeling of being watched started creeping into my daily life. I'd come home from work and see him in his yard, even if I hadn't seen him leave the house. Sometimes, when I went outside to get the mail or take out the trash, he would be standing at the edge of his driveway, motionless, just watching me. I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe he was lonely or eccentric. But the unease grew heavier. I began double-checking my locks at night, making sure all the windows were shut. I started leaving the porch light on, hoping it would make me feel safer. One evening, in late August, I had a friend over. Her name was Claire, and she had just moved to the area for work as well. We were sitting on my couch, drinking wine and laughing about our miserable first weeks in Ohio when I noticed him. He was across the street, and this time he wasn't just standing. He was crouched down, peering over the hood of his car, staring straight at us. It wasn't subtle. I froze, whispering, "Claire, do you see that?" She looked and she froze too. "Oh my God," she said. "Is he watching us?" I nodded. And then, in a moment that I still can't forget, he waved. Not a friendly wave. It was slow, deliberate, like he was signaling that he knew exactly what we were doing and enjoying the fear it caused. Claire left soon after, making an excuse that she had to get home, and I stayed up that night, lights on, doors locked, and tried to convince myself I was imagining things. But I wasn't. It escalated. By September, I noticed signs of intrusion around my house. At first, it was small. Trash cans moved slightly. A chair on my porch, not quite where I left it. Then I started noticing footprints in the dirt near my back door, even though I had a fenced yard. I didn't own a dog, and no one else had a reason to be back there. I thought about calling the police, but when I went to the station, I felt embarrassed explaining that my neighbor was weird, and I was afraid of him. They didn't take it seriously. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of scratching at my front door. My heart stopped. I froze, trying to convince myself it was just a branch or some animal. But then I heard a low chuckle, soft and almost under his breath. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering into the receiver, trying not to make a sound. By the time the dispatcher asked for my address and I pointed my flashlight at the door, the scratching had stopped. I looked out the peephole. He was gone. I didn't see him leave, but the shadows across the street were empty. After that night, I started sleeping with a kitchen knife under my pillow. I put extra locks on the doors and installed a motion sensor light at the front. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but deep down, I knew he was the cause. I began recording him with my phone whenever he was outside. Sometimes I would catch him staring at me through the camera lens, even when I thought he wasn't looking. One Saturday in October, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I went over to his house to confront him. I rang the doorbell, and after a long pause, he answered. He was in a stained t-shirt and pajama pants, barefoot. His hair was greasy and matted, and there was a strange smell I couldn't place. "Yes," he said, his voice flat, almost monotone. Can I talk to you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He just stared at me. Then he stepped aside, letting me in. I was hesitant, but I stepped onto his dirty carpet. Inside, the house was worse than the yard. Old newspapers piled high in corners, empty food containers stacked on counters, and walls covered with newspaper clippings and photographs. Some were pictures of me taken from across the street, it looked like. I felt my stomach drop. I don't know what this is about," I stammered. He smiled. It wasn't friendly. It was slow, deliberate. "I just like knowing what's going on," he said. "I like watching." I wanted to leave. Badly. But there was something about the way he said it, the intensity of his stare, that made me pause. "Watching me?" I asked. "Yes," he said. "Watching you is interesting." I backed toward the door. "I don't want to cause trouble. Please, stop watching me." He laughed softly, almost like he thought it was a joke. "Stop? Why would I stop?" I left quickly and never went back. I started staying at friends' houses whenever possible, working late to avoid being home alone and installing security cameras. Every night I reviewed the footage, and there he was, standing in his yard, across the street, staring. Sometimes he would move closer, sometimes he would crouch near the fence. Always watching. The breaking point came one night in November. I woke up to the sound of my front door opening. My heart sank. I ran to the living room where the motion-activated lights were set up, and there he was, Greg, standing in my living room, smiling. I froze. He didn't make a sound. I grabbed the phone and dialed 911 as slowly as I could, trying not to alert him. He started to move toward me, and I shouted at him, brandishing the knife I kept on the coffee table. He stopped, tilted his head, and then slowly backed out the door. He left without a word. When the police arrived, they found no signs of forced entry. I tried to explain the cameras, the footprints, the watching, but they shrugged it off. They said I might have been sleepwalking or imagining it. I moved out the next day. I packed everything and left town, not even looking back. I found a new apartment in a different state, in a building with security cameras, locks that felt unbreakable, and neighbors who actually talked to each other. I thought I had left him behind, Then, 6 months later, I got a package at my new address. There was no return address. Inside was a small envelope with a single photograph. It was me, sleeping on my couch in my new apartment. Someone had taken the picture from outside my window. I called the police, but they said there wasn't much they could do. I moved again, this time more than 1,000 miles away. I changed my phone number, my email, even my routine. But sometimes late at night, I swear I can feel someone watching. I leave the lights on, lock every door, and check the windows before I go to bed. But I know the truth. Greg never really stopped. And somewhere out there across some street in some town, he's probably watching, planning, waiting for the next chance to remind me that moving doesn't make you safe. Even now, years later, I can't walk past a window without checking the reflection. Every shadow, every flicker of movement makes my heart race. I've tried to tell people, but they just think I'm paranoid. I know what I saw. I know what he did. And I know that somewhere, somehow, he's still out there, always watching. Story, the end. It started out innocently enough. I had just moved into a small suburban neighborhood in Ohio, somewhere between Dayton and Cincinnati. It wasn't particularly old or new. Houses built in the 70s, well-kept yards, kids riding bikes on the sidewalks, and families who waved when you walked past. I was in my mid-20s at the time, working remotely for a tech company, and the apartment I had rented was technically a townhouse, but it felt like a single-family home. I liked the quiet, the sense of normalcy, the anonymity of a place where no one knew your business. But what I didn't know was that anonymity wasn't always a blessing. Sometimes it could hide something far worse. The first thing I noticed about my neighbor was his lawn. He was in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, wiry and tall, with a thin gray mustache and glasses that always slid down his nose. He mowed his lawn almost obsessively, like he was measuring time by how straight the lines were. He never smiled much and kept to himself, which wasn't unusual in suburban neighborhoods. His house was neat, but there was a sense of something off about it. The windows always had heavy curtains, drawn tightly even during the day, and sometimes when he was outside, I swear he would just stand at the edge of his yard and stare. Not at anything in particular, just stare. I didn't think much of it at first. I assumed it was just a quirky neighbor thing. Everyone has one, right? A week into living there, I noticed other strange behaviors. I'd come home late from work, calls or errands, and notice his car parked in his driveway, headlights on, as if he were waiting for someone. Sometimes I'd see him walking past my house late at night, even when I knew he hadn't left his home for hours during the day. Once I thought I saw him standing on my porch when I got back from a run. My heart almost stopped. I yelled out, "Hey!" And he immediately turned and walked back toward his house like nothing happened. I mentioned it to my friend Tom one night over beers. "Maybe he's just weird, dude. People have odd habits," Tom shrugged. "Unless he's doing something illegal, just leave him alone." I nodded, but there was a knot in my stomach that didn't go away. The first real red flag came a month after I moved in. I was cooking dinner, and I noticed something through my kitchen window, a figure moving across my backyard. I froze. I didn't have a fence separating my property from the neighbors, just a thin strip of bushes, but there's no way he could have been there without me seeing him earlier. I grabbed my phone, ready to call, but when I looked again, he was gone. I thought maybe I was imagining things. Stress, paranoia, who knows? But then things escalated. I started noticing small things missing from my house. A gardening tool I kept in the shed, a bag of birdseed, a small toolbox. Nothing major, nothing I couldn't replace, but enough to make me uneasy. Then my trash bins would be moved slightly, not drastically, just enough to make me notice. I started locking doors and windows at all hours. And yet, I still felt watched. I confided in a few other neighbors, mostly the women on my block who walk their dogs. "Oh yeah, he's strange," one said. "He's lived here for 20 years. Keeps to himself mostly, but he watches. Always watches." The way she said it sent chills down my spine. I didn't ask more. I didn't need to. Things really turned for the worse one Friday night. I was working late, laptop on the kitchen counter, earbuds in, and I could hear a car pull into the driveway next door. I glanced out the window and saw him standing there. He had a flashlight, and he was shining it around, sweeping across the yard, across my house. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. And then I saw him pause, tilt his head like he was listening, then point the flashlight directly at my window. I ducked down, heart racing. I texted Tom, "He's watching me right now. I think he's outside my window." I waited, staring at my phone, hoping he wouldn't see me. Eventually, he left. But that night I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every sound outside, the wind, a car driving by, a dog barking, made my heart jump. The next day, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just cleaning his driveway. Maybe shining the flashlight was some weird habit. But then that night, something happened that I'll never forget. I was brushing my teeth when I heard it, a soft tapping on my kitchen window. I froze, staring at the frosted glass. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't move for what felt like forever. Then finally, I swallowed my fear and pulled back the curtain. Nothing. I scanned the yard. Nothing. But then, in the corner of my eye, movement, a shadow. I turned fully, and there he was, standing there, hands in pockets, just watching. Not a word, not a gesture, just watching. I grabbed my phone, dialing 911, but before I could press send, he turned and walked away. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed on the couch, lights on, windows locked, phone in hand. I knew I had to do something. I started documenting everything. Photos, times, videos. I even bought a small security camera to watch the yard. But that didn't stop him. Over the next few weeks, it got worse. He started leaving things in my yard. Small rocks arranged in patterns, notes I didn't understand, and one night I found a single damp shoe on my doorstep. I didn't know if it was meant for me or if it was just a warning. I threw it in the trash, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was testing me, trying to see how I would react. One evening, I decided to confront him. I knocked on his door, heart in my throat, and he answered immediately. His face was neutral, almost blank. I swallowed my fear. "Hey, I just wanted to say, you've been coming into my yard. I don't know why, but I'd like you to stop." He looked at me like I just insulted him. Then slowly he smiled, a thin, cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I haven't been in your yard," he said softly. "I just like to watch." I stumbled back, confused. "Watch what?" I asked. My voice shook. "Life," he said. "People. I watch to see how they live. You're interesting." There was something terrifying in the way he said that. Not casual, not friendly, just chilling. I left immediately. That night, I barely slept. I couldn't shake the words. He said he wasn't in my yard, yet everything missing, every movement I noticed, it all pointed to him. I started researching, looking up laws, reading about stalking, obsessive neighbors, anything that could explain him. I found stories, dozens of them, but nothing matched his quiet, almost invisible harassment. Most neighbors go crazy with noise, yelling, or breaking things. But him, he was meticulous, calculated. He didn't rush, didn't yell. He just observed. Weeks turned into months. I became hyper-aware. Every sound outside, every shadow, every footstep. I stopped leaving the house at night unless absolutely necessary. I stopped inviting friends over. Even the simple act of opening my blinds became terrifying. Then came the night that changed everything. It was around 11:30 p.m. I had just finished a long workday and was walking to the kitchen for a snack when I heard a sound coming from my backyard. Not the usual scraping or tapping, but soft footsteps, barefoot. I froze. I crept to the window. My heart was hammering. And there he was. Not on the driveway, not standing far away. He was crouched by my back door, trying the handle. I couldn't breathe. I called 911, whispered the situation, and they told me to stay on the line. He tried the door again, then turned around and stared at my window. I swear he smirked. Then he ran, not out the yard, but across the fence, into the side of his property, and disappeared. The police came minutes later, but found nothing. No sign he had been there, no fingerprints, no footprints. It was like he melted into the night. After that, I installed cameras everywhere, front, back, side yards, motion sensors, lights. Every day I'd check footage, sometimes seeing him standing just beyond the camera's range, never moving, never blinking, always watching. He never touched the cameras, never made a sound, just observed. Months passed. My mental state deteriorated. I was anxious all the time, jumpy, losing sleep. I became withdrawn, afraid to go outside. Friends stopped coming over. Even when I went out for groceries, I felt him behind me, watching from a distance. One night, I finally snapped. I called the police and filed a formal restraining order. They asked for evidence, so I handed over weeks of footage, photos, notes, all the little things like he had left. They said they would patrol the area, but explained that unless he actually broke the law, there was little they could do. Weeks later, I came home from work to find a single sheet of paper taped to my front door. Written in pencil, "You can't hide forever. I'll be watching." I moved. That was the only solution. I couldn't live like that anymore. I sold the house, packed my life, and left the neighborhood behind. I still see him in my nightmares, standing at the edge of a yard, thin gray mustache glinting in the moonlight, watching, smiling. Even now, years later, I check my locks twice before bed. Every shadow outside my window makes my heart pound. And every time I move into a new neighborhood, I find myself scanning the yards, the trees, the streets, wondering if he or someone like him is there, silently observing, just out of sight. Story the end. It all started the summer after I moved into my first apartment in a small town in Ohio. I had found a place that was affordable and not too far from my job at a local bookstore. The neighborhood seemed quiet enough. Tree-lined streets, kids riding bikes, people tending to their gardens, but there was something subtly off about the block I ended up on. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, just a nagging feeling that someone was always watching, that the stillness was almost too perfect. My neighbor, Mr. Callahan, lived next door. He was an older man, maybe in his late 60s, with a scraggly gray beard and thinning hair. He had this habit of standing in his front yard for hours, not moving, just staring straight ahead or sometimes at my apartment window. I tried to be friendly. I waved, said hello, even offered him a slice of my homemade pie once. He would smile politely, maybe nod, but never spoke more than a few words. The first month, I chalked it up to him being shy or grumpy, but then the unease started. It began with small things. I would hear his door creak open at odd hours, late at night or early in the morning. I never saw him leave, just the sound of it swinging open and closing again. Sometimes I would catch him peering through his curtains at me while I did laundry in my living room. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was overreacting. Everyone has quirks, I thought. But then the incidents escalated. One night, I came home from work around 10 p.m., and the street was dead silent except for the occasional hum of a car passing by. As I approached my front door, I noticed Mr. Callahan standing by his mailbox. Only this time, he wasn't looking straight ahead. He was staring directly at me, and I had this distinct feeling that he had been waiting. When I unlocked my door and stepped inside, I could see him through the window from my living room, still watching, unmoving. I felt my chest tighten. I had never felt such a wave of dread in my own home before. I started locking every door and window, double-checking them before going to bed. I installed a small camera inside my living room, angled toward the front window so I could see if anyone was outside. The footage from the first night unsettled me so much that I had trouble sleeping for days. At precisely 2:17 a.m., the camera recorded a shadow moving across my blinds. I replayed it again and again. There he was, standing on the edge of my porch, looking up at my window. No movement, no knocking, just standing there until the footage cut off. I spoke to a few neighbors about him, hoping to understand if anyone else had issues, and I got mixed reactions. Some shrugged and said he'd been there for decades, always a bit peculiar. Others hinted at odd stories, that he never left his house, that the police had once been called for strange noises or trespassing complaints, but nothing concrete. I felt trapped between the polite denial of the neighborhood and my growing fear. The next incident was the one that made me realize I was dealing with someone far more sinister than just a weird neighbor. I woke up in the middle of the night to a faint scratching sound coming from my front door. At first, I assumed it was an animal, maybe a raccoon, but when I peered through the peephole, I saw nothing. Then I noticed faint footprints in the dust outside my door. They weren't animal prints. They were human, small and narrow, leading away from my apartment and disappearing into the shadows. I took a picture with my phone and sent it to a friend for advice. They told me to call the police if it happened again. It did. And worse. A week later, I woke to the sound of the front door handle rattling violently. My heart raced as I dialed 911, whispering to the dispatcher what was happening. By the time the police arrived, the sounds had stopped, and there was no sign of forced entry. They told me it could have been a prank, maybe a neighbor's kid, and left me feeling even more vulnerable. I didn't sleep at all that night. the shadows in my apartment seeming to twist and grow larger, almost watching me back. I tried to confront Mr. Callahan directly, thinking maybe face-to-face communication would scare him off. I walked over one afternoon and knocked on his door. It swung open slowly, revealing a dimly lit interior cluttered with furniture covered in sheets. Dust motes floated in the sunlight streaming through the window. He was sitting in a chair at the far end of the room, hands folded, staring at the floor. I cleared my throat and introduced myself. "Mr. Callahan, I'm your neighbor," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. I just wanted to say hello. He looked up slowly. His eyes were sharp and unsettling, piercing through me in a way that made my skin crawl. "You shouldn't be here," he said softly, and then, almost as if to himself, "They watch." I didn't know what to say. I nodded quickly and backed out of the apartment, my heart hammering. I could hear him shuffling behind me as I left, but when I looked back, he was already sitting in his chair again, silent. After that, I started noticing other signs that my apartment was being observed in ways that went beyond simple curiosity. Objects were moved, sometimes subtly, sometimes drastically. A chair would be slightly turned. A book I had left on the counter would be on the floor. Once I came home to find the words, "I see you," scratched into the condensation on my bathroom mirror. I was alone in the apartment. I had made sure of that. I began documenting everything, taking photos and videos whenever I noticed anything out of place. I also started keeping a log of his movements. He would appear at random times, sometimes standing outside my window at dawn, other times leaning on his porch rail, staring down the street for hours. I began noticing a pattern. His appearances always coincided with times I was alone, usually when I was most vulnerable, like showering, sleeping, or cooking. One evening, I was working late at the bookstore, closing up around 11 p.m. I decided to walk home, taking the longer route through the lit streets instead of the shortcut through the alley. About halfway home, I noticed a figure moving in the shadows behind me. My heart sank when I recognized his gait. Slow, deliberate, unmistakably him. I sped up, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But when I turned a corner, there he was again, not 10 feet away, walking in the same direction I was, keeping his distance but never breaking eye contact. I broke into a sprint, finally reaching my apartment and slamming the door shut behind me. I called the police again, explaining everything, but with no concrete evidence of a crime, they could do nothing. They suggested a restraining order, which I filed, but it didn't stop him. If anything, he became more brazen. Then came the night I found the cameras. I had a small security system outside, which I rarely checked, but that night I reviewed the footage. My stomach dropped. There were small, homemade cameras hidden around my apartment, one in the living room, another in the bathroom, and one in the kitchen. All had been recording for weeks. I didn't sleep for 3 nights after that, barely able to eat or drink without feeling like he was watching from the shadows. I decided I couldn't stay there any longer. I started looking for a new apartment, anything out of the neighborhood, even at a higher rent. I planned my move meticulously, waiting until the weekend when I would have the place cleared out and no chance for him to see me. On the day I moved, I noticed his car parked across the street. I felt a surge of panic, knowing he must have seen the moving truck, must have known exactly when I was leaving. I ignored it, loaded the last of my boxes, and drove away, my heart racing. I thought that was the end of it, that I had escaped. But a week later, as I was unpacking in my new apartment in a different part of town, I heard a faint knock at my door. My stomach dropped. I didn't recognize the car outside. I didn't answer. But over the next few days, I started receiving small packages with no return address. Inside were items from my old apartment: a spoon, a keychain, even a small photo of me that I had never seen anyone else have. I changed my locks, installed new cameras, and reported the packages to the police, but nothing concrete came of it. Then the final straw. A handwritten note slipped under my door late one night. It read simply, "I'm closer than you think." I realized then that some people don't just watch. They follow, they wait, and they make themselves a part of your life without ever physically being inside it. I moved again, far away, hoping to finally break free, but the paranoia never left me. Every time I see someone standing too long at a bus stop or a neighbor staring a little too intently, My chest tightens and I'm back in that Ohio neighborhood, wondering when the next knock will come. I never confronted him again. I never needed to. The damage had already been done. The feeling of being constantly observed, stalked, hunted was something that didn't disappear with distance. I lived with the memory every day, wondering if somewhere, in some quiet suburb, he was standing at the edge of someone else's porch, waiting. Years later, I ran into a friend who still lived in that old neighborhood. I asked casually if they had ever seen Mr. Callahan. My friend's face went pale. People moved out when he got older, they said. But they say if you look out your window late at night, you can still see him standing there, watching. And I believe it. Story the end. It started as an ordinary move. I had just graduated college and gotten my first real job in Chicago. I found a modest apartment in a quiet, older neighborhood on the north side. The building wasn't flashy, 2 stories, brick, a little rundown, but it was affordable, close to work, and most importantly, it had a yard, which was rare in the city. I moved in mid-September, and everything felt normal. I met my neighbors briefly. Some waved, some kept to themselves. Everything seemed perfectly fine, even pleasant. At first, it was the neighbor directly across the street who caught my attention. His name was Harold. At least that's what I overheard someone call him. He was an older man, probably in his 60s, always dressed in baggy sweatshirts, even when the weather was warm. He kept to himself, mostly sitting on the porch, watching the street like a hawk. People around me joked that he was the neighborhood watcher. But it was harmless at first. I thought it was just his way of passing the time. The first strange thing happened about a week after I moved in. I was pulling into my parking space late at night after a shift, and I saw Harold standing on his porch, staring directly at my car as I parked. I waved awkwardly, and he gave a slow nod, no smile, no acknowledgement beyond that. That was fine. I thought it was just an old man being peculiar. But when I went inside and looked out the window an hour later, he was still there, sitting in the exact same spot, just staring at the street. I didn't think too much of it, assuming he had probably gone inside to watch TV. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing small things. Packages I left on the porch would sometimes be slightly moved when I came home, or my trash bins were shifted around, like someone had walked past. Nothing was missing, nothing broken, just small, unsettling signs. I chalked it up to wind or city squirrels, but the unease started to build. One evening, I was coming home late from work, around 11 p.m., and I saw Harold walking down the street toward my apartment. He was wearing the same baggy sweatshirt, dragging one foot slightly, and carrying a small notebook. I froze as he passed my car. He didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge me, just kept walking with this slow, deliberate pace. It was unnerving. I locked my doors quickly and tried not to think about it. A few days later, my landlord called me about a complaint. A neighbor, who I hadn't spoken to much, said someone had been watching the new tenant and making them uncomfortable. I laughed it off nervously, and my landlord assured me that she would talk to the person, but it didn't feel like a mistake. I knew exactly who it was. Then the incidents became more direct. I started noticing footprints in the snow that led right up to my front door, but they weren't mine. They were small, like Harold's shoes, and they always stopped just short of the porch. Once I came home to find the screen on my back window slightly pulled aside, like someone had peered in. Nothing had been stolen, but my heart was racing, and I didn't sleep that night. I considered calling the police, but without proof of anything being taken, there was nothing they could do. The next month, things escalated. I was sitting on my couch reading when I heard a soft knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I looked through the peephole. No one. Just a single envelope on the mat. I picked it up, opened it carefully, and inside was a page torn from a notebook. In neat, careful handwriting were the words, "I see you. Always. Don't be afraid. Just know I'm here." My hands shook. I called my landlord and she promised to address it. The next day, she knocked on Harold's door, but there was no answer. That was the first time I started considering that maybe I wasn't just being paranoid. Over the next few weeks, the notes became more frequent. Sometimes they were left in my mailbox, sometimes slipped under my door, sometimes even on my car windshield. Each one was more detailed than the last. "You wore blue yesterday. You smiled at no one. I saw it. Your coffee was too hot. You stirred it wrong. You didn't lock your door, I noticed. Every time, the handwriting was the same. Small, precise, old-fashioned. One night, I came home around 2 a.m. and noticed Harold standing under a street lamp across from my apartment. He had a flashlight, but it wasn't on. He just stood there, watching. I tried not to react, got inside and locked the door. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he had been there for hours. Things got worse in ways that weren't just notes. My trash cans were emptied and replaced in strange positions. My porch furniture was rearranged. Even my garden, small, a few potted plants had been tampered with. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked, my laptop shut, my curtains drawn. I started leaving lights on at all hours. I never saw Harold moving during the day, but at night it felt like he was always there somewhere. Then came the phone calls. I'd answer the landline. Yes, I still had one. And there was silence. Breathing. Heavy, deliberate breathing, just on the other end. Once I heard a whisper. You shouldn't be alone. I called my phone carrier and they said there were no issues with the line, no calls traced. The calls came sporadically, always late at night, always short, but always terrifying. One evening, I had a friend over, someone I trusted completely. We were watching a movie, trying to pretend like nothing was wrong. Around 11 p.m., I went to the kitchen to grab popcorn and noticed movement outside. Harold, of course. He was crouched near my window watching. I froze. My friend saw him too. We called the police immediately. When they arrived, he was gone. Nothing else was found. No forced entry, no signs of trespassing besides the footprints and the occasional note. The officers said that since no laws had been broken, there wasn't much they could do. But that night, as I lay in bed, I realized that my sense of security was gone. Permanently. Things became more aggressive over time. My mailbox was broken into. Notes were no longer just observations. They contained warnings. Stop looking at me. Stop leaving your lights on. You know what happens when you don't listen. I tried everything to make it stop. Cameras, motion sensors, a security system, even new locks. None of it mattered. I started sleeping in different rooms, changing my routines, anything to avoid the feeling of his eyes on me. Then came the sound. It started as a faint tapping on my walls, sometimes a scratching, sometimes almost rhythmic, like footsteps pacing just outside my windows. Once, I swore I heard someone in my apartment when I was home alone, moving across the living room. I called the police again. They came, searched the apartment, found nothing. But it was real. I knew it. One night, I decided to confront him. I grabbed a flashlight and walked across the street. I didn't knock, didn't want to give him a warning. I just called his name. Harold, I know you're here. Stop this. He didn't answer at first. Then slowly, the door creaked open. He was there, standing in the shadows. No expression, no acknowledgement, just his eyes, cold, observing. I realized then that he hadn't been doing this for attention. He wasn't looking for conversation. He was studying, always watching. I stumbled back across the street, heart pounding. That night, I couldn't sleep. I checked every window, every corner, every reflection. I stayed awake until dawn, and when I finally dozed off, I dreamt of him standing inside my apartment, smiling. The harassment escalated further. My tires were slashed, my mailbox exploded one morning from a small fire. Thankfully, I wasn't home. I reported everything, but without direct evidence of him committing the crimes, there was nothing the police could do. One evening, I noticed something terrifying. Harold had left a new note taped to my front door. This one was different. It was larger, written in bold letters. I was inside last night. You didn't notice. My stomach sank. For the first time, I realized he had likely been in my apartment while I slept, walking around, observing. I moved immediately to a hotel that night. I stayed in the hotel for 2 weeks, unable to return. But when I did, things hadn't stopped. In fact, they got worse. I came home to find my apartment rearranged. My drawers opened, my bed shifted. The note on my pillow simply read, "Welcome back." That was it. I decided to move. I couldn't live like this anymore. I found another apartment across town, packed my things, and left. I told myself that leaving would end it, that Harold wouldn't follow. It did. Within a week of moving, I started receiving letters at my new address. Same handwriting, same thin paper, same terrifying observations. New place, same rules. I see everything. I realized then that he had somehow learned my new location. that he had been following me all along. I sold my car, changed my phone number, changed my name on social media, moved again and again. Each time it followed me, always the notes, sometimes the subtle intrusions, sometimes the outright threats. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how someone can be so methodical, so patient, so terrifyingly persistent. Years later, I live in a house far from Chicago in a quiet suburban town. I still see him occasionally across the street, down the road, sometimes in the parking lot of the grocery store. He never approaches, he never speaks, just watches. And sometimes I find notes tucked in strange places, under a windshield wiper, in a library book, slipped under my door. Always the same handwriting, always the same message. I see you. I always see you. I live in constant vigilance now. I can't relax. I can't sleep deeply. Every shadow makes me flinch. Every unfamiliar sound sets my heart racing. I don't know if I will ever be free from Harold. Some part of me wonders if he will ever stop, if he even intends to. He doesn't seem to care if I move, change jobs, change cities. He only cares about watching, always watching. I've tried to tell people, friends, family, even the police. Most dismiss it as paranoia or coincidence, but I know better. I've lived it. I've felt the creeping dread when you know with certainty that someone is paying attention to every small detail of your life, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You can't reason with him. You can't escape him. You only endure. And that's how it ends for now. I stay vigilant, always looking over my shoulder. The streetlights cast long shadows that I can't ignore. Every creak in the floor, every rustle in the bushes sends a jolt of fear through me. And I know deep down Harold is out there, somewhere watching. Always watching. Story the end. It started with something small. At first, I didn't think much of it. Just little noises late at night, the kind you might dismiss as a settling house or a stray animal in the yard. I had moved into a small, modest neighborhood in Ohio, a quiet stretch of houses from the late 80s with neatly trimmed lawns and driveways lined with pickup trucks and SUVs. My house was the last one on the street, which I thought would be a benefit, a bit of privacy. I had been living there for about a month when I noticed my neighbor, a man named Jeff, who lived 2 doors down, always seemed to be watching. Not casually, not in passing. Every time I walked outside to get the mail or take out the trash, or even when I was mowing my lawn, he would be there, standing near the edge of his driveway, staring. I tried to shake it off at first, telling myself he was just a neighborly guy, maybe interested in saying hello, maybe curious because I was new. At first, the encounters were subtle. He would nod at me, smile faintly, and then go back to whatever he was doing. I didn't notice anything overtly threatening. But after a couple of weeks, I started noticing the patterns. I would see him outside whenever I left the house. Sometimes he would be in his garage, but the door would be wide open and he would just be leaning against the frame, staring at my front door. I would see him sitting in his truck across the street when I came home from work. Sometimes, when I left at night to run errands, I would see the truck parked down the street, lights off, engine running, but no one inside. Or at least I didn't see anyone at first. I tried to keep a distance, staying inside more often, ignoring him. My friends would come over and we'd hang out in the living room. But I started noticing him then too. I'd glance out the window and he'd be there, standing perfectly still, watching the house, and if I looked away for a moment, he would disappear. I told myself it was paranoia. I tried rationalizing it. He was just nosy. He had a routine. He liked to stand outside. But it didn't feel normal. One evening, I was cooking dinner when I heard a knock on the back door. It was late, around 10:30 p.m., and I didn't know anyone in the neighborhood well enough to expect a visit. I looked out the window, and it was Jeff. I froze. He wasn't smiling this time. His face was expressionless, almost blank. I didn't open the door. He knocked again, and then I heard him call my name softly through the door. My stomach dropped. I didn't know what to do, so I didn't answer. He left after a few minutes, and I went straight to lock every door and window. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I noticed something odd. On the back fence, there were scratch marks, deep ones, jagged and uneven, as if someone had been testing it. I had a small dog, a golden retriever, who never went near the fence like that. I examined the marks and realized that they were too high for my dog to make. I didn't call the police yet. I wanted to see if it would happen again. It did. The following week, I came home from work and found the front porch light smashed. I didn't know how it had happened. There were no footprints in the yard, no signs of forced entry. I started installing security cameras, but the moment I did, the odd occurrences intensified. One night, the cameras caught something that made my blood run cold. Jeff, standing in the yard, just staring at my house. Then he crouched down, pulled something from his jacket. It looked like a long, thin knife, and drew it across the front of my car. The footage was grainy, but there was no mistaking it. My car had deep scratches across the hood. I felt violated in a way I had never felt before. I called the police and filed a report. They said they would patrol the area, but I didn't notice any difference. Jeff didn't stop. He started leaving things on my porch: a pair of gloves covered in dirt, a cracked mirror, and once a small notebook filled with notes about me, what I wore, when I left for work, when I came home, even what I ate. The notebook was meticulous, obsessive. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow. I couldn't leave the house without checking over my shoulder. My neighbors said they didn't see anything unusual, which made me feel like I was losing my mind. One night, around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of my dog barking violently. I rushed downstairs and saw a figure standing in the living room, a shadow against the window, looking in. My dog was growling and lunging at the glass. I called 911 and stayed on the line while the dispatcher told me to stay quiet. The figure didn't move for a long time. Then it slowly retreated into the darkness. When the police arrived, there was no one there. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. Just my dog, trembling, and me, shaking like I had never shaken before. After that night, I couldn't stay in the house. I stayed with a friend for a few nights, but the paranoia followed me. I went back to grab some things, only to find that Jeff had left another note taped to my front door. I know you're afraid. That's good. Fear keeps people alive. I realized then that this wasn't random. He knew me. He had been watching me long before I even noticed. He knew my routines, my habits. My life was no longer mine. I tried to fight back. I confronted him during the day while he was outside. I yelled. I told him to leave me alone, that he was harassing me. He didn't flinch. He smiled, just a faint, unsettling smile, and said, "I'm just your neighbor." Zahra, isn't that what neighbors do? I felt like my stomach had dropped into a pit. I didn't know how someone could say something like that with such calmness after everything he had done. I wanted to run, but I couldn't leave fast enough. I started sleeping with all the lights on, putting bars on the windows, installing motion sensors, everything I could think of. Jeff escalated. He began knocking on my windows at night, whispering my name. I even caught him on camera one night, standing just outside the window, watching me sleep. I didn't know how long he had been there, how long he had been observing. I felt completely powerless. The breaking point came one Friday night. I had stayed late at work, hoping to avoid him. When I got home, all the lights in my house were out. I cautiously approached the front door and saw footprints leading from the driveway to the front steps. My heart was racing. I stepped inside and immediately noticed that my living room had been trashed. Furniture overturned, drawers pulled out, personal items scattered everywhere. In the middle of the room, a single chair sat upright, facing the window. On it was a note: "You can't hide from me." I called the police immediately. They came, took photos, filed reports, but again, Jeff had vanished. I asked them to speak with him, but when they went to his house, he denied everything. He smiled politely, said nothing threatening, claimed I must be imagining things. My word against his calm demeanor, his unshakable innocence in public. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare with no way out. I decided I had to move. I couldn't live there anymore. I started packing, trying to organize everything while looking over my shoulder constantly. I noticed that my mail had been tampered with. Bills opened, personal letters read. He had been inside my house when I wasn't there. I was sure of it. The idea that someone had been inside my private space, going through my belongings, made me feel violated in a way I hadn't experienced before. The night before I left, I stayed in the house one last time, trying to make sense of everything. I set up every camera, every light, every alarm I could think of. I even slept in the living room with the blinds wide open, not wanting to feel trapped in my bedroom. Around 3 a.m., I woke to a noise outside. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth across the front porch. I watched through the window, holding my breath, heart hammering. There he was, Jeff, standing there, hands in his pockets, looking straight at me. I called the police and stayed on the line until they arrived. This time, they saw him. He was arrested for trespassing, harassment, and stalking. It felt like a victory, but it didn't erase months of terror, of constant fear, of feeling unsafe in my own home. The legal process dragged on for months, and throughout it all, Jeff maintained the same unnerving calmness. Court hearings were bizarre experiences. He would sit quietly, smile faintly, and sometimes make direct eye contact with me, as if daring me to react. I finally moved far away to a different state, a bigger city, somewhere he wouldn't know. I thought the nightmare was over. I changed my phone number, my address, everything I could think of. But even after all that, I still feel the weight of his presence. Sometimes late at night, I think I see a shadow outside my window, a figure standing in the distance, watching. My dog, now much older, sometimes freezes in the middle of the room, staring at a corner where no one stands. I don't know why Jeff chose me. I don't know why he did what he did. But I do know that there are people like him, people who can watch, who can invade your life and make you feel powerless, who can walk right up to the edge of the law and smile, knowing they're tormenting you. And the scariest part is, sometimes there's nothing you can do to stop them. You can move, you can hide, you can fight back, but the memory, the fear, the feeling of being watched stays with you forever. I still check my locks multiple times a night. I still make sure my windows are secure before I go to sleep. I still look over my shoulder when I walk to my car. And I know that somewhere out there, someone like Jeff is watching, waiting, planning. Because people like that don't stop. They just wait for the next person to enter their life, the next victim to watch, the next life to invade. Story the end. When I moved into my new place in a quiet Midwestern suburb, I thought I'd finally found somewhere to catch my breath. It was an older brick duplex with ivy creeping up the sides, a postage stamp front yard, and a narrow driveway that led to a detached garage. The rent was cheap enough for me to afford on my own, and the neighborhood had that storybook stillness. Mature trees lining the street, kids' bikes left out on lawns, and the low murmur of sprinklers in the evenings. The other half of the duplex had already been occupied. I met my neighbor on the day I signed the lease. His name was Alan. He looked to be in his mid-50s, heavyset, with a receding hairline and deep-set eyes that didn't quite meet mine when he spoke. He offered me a handshake with an odd stiffness, like someone who was trying to mimic politeness rather than feel it. "Welcome," he said simply, his voice flat. "It's a good place. You'll like it here." I thanked him and thought nothing of it. Alan seemed harmless, just a quiet, somewhat awkward man who kept to himself. I noticed he had blackout curtains drawn across every window, even during the day. A little odd, but not alarming. For the first few weeks, I settled into my routine. Work during the day, home by 6, cooking simple dinners and streaming shows late into the night. But I began noticing things that didn't feel right. At first, it was just the sense of being watched. I'd be taking out the trash and feel eyes on me from somewhere. When I glanced over, Alan's curtain would shift slightly, like it had just been let go. One evening, while carrying groceries in from my car, I saw him standing in his driveway staring at me. Not in a casual, neighborly way, but fixed, unblinking, his head slightly tilted. I waved and muttered, "Hey," but he didn't respond. He turned and went back inside without a word. The first real incident happened about a month after I moved in. It was late, close to midnight, and I was reading in bed when I heard a faint creaking sound, like footsteps on the other side of my bedroom wall. At first, I chalked it up to an old house settling, but then I heard a soft tapping. Not random, but deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, staring at the wall. The taps came again, this time closer to my headboard. My skin prickled. I pressed my ear to the wall, but the sound stopped. I lay awake the rest of the night, straining to hear it again, but all I caught was the hum of my refrigerator and my own heartbeat. In the morning, I tried to laugh it off. Old houses make noises. Maybe Alan had been hanging a picture. But when I left for work, there was a note taped to my door. A single line in neat block letters. "You shouldn't stay up so late. It's not good for you." My stomach turned. I had never told Alan about my schedule, and I kept my blinds closed at night. How would he know I was up? I crumpled the note and stuffed it into my bag. When I got home that evening, I double-checked all the locks. Over the next few days, the notes kept coming. Don't forget to lock the back door. Someone could get in if you're not careful. I hear you walking at night. Always typed or written in those same block letters. No signature, no explanation. Then came the nights when I'd hear faint scraping sounds at my back door, like someone testing the lock. The first time it happened, I grabbed a kitchen knife and stood frozen in the dark until it stopped. I called the police the next morning, but they found no signs of forced entry. The next week, I started noticing small changes inside my apartment. My coffee mug, which I always left on the counter, would be moved to the table. A chair in the living room angled slightly differently. My bedroom window latch flipped open when I was sure I'd locked it. I set up a cheap motion camera from a big box store in my kitchen, pointing at the back door. 2 nights later, the alert woke me at 3:17 a.m. My phone buzzed with a notification. Motion detected. I opened the app, my hands shaking. The footage showed someone standing just inside my kitchen. He wasn't breaking in. He was already there. His face was hidden under a dark hood, but his build, his posture, it was Alan. He stood there, still as a statue, for almost a full minute, then turned and walked out of frame toward my bedroom hallway. The feed cut off after that, and the camera's battery died. I called the police again, this time frantic. They came, searched my place, but found nothing. The back door lock was still intact. No signs of entry. They filed a report, but couldn't do much more without proof. I started sleeping in my car after that. I couldn't bear the thought of being inside while Alan might slip in. I'd park 2 streets over and nap in the back seat, waking at every sound. Finally, I decided to confront him. In daylight, I knocked on his door. He answered immediately, like he'd been standing right behind it. Alan, I said, my voice trembling but loud, I know you've been coming into my place. I have you on camera. Stay out of my apartment or I'm going to press charges. He didn't deny it. He just stared at me with those flat eyes, then gave a slow, unsettling smile. I've been watching out for you, he said quietly. You're new here. You don't know how dangerous it can be. Someone has to protect you. I backed away from his door. Stay away from me, I managed to say before running to my car. That night, I didn't go home. The next morning, I returned with a locksmith to change every lock, even the window latches. I asked my landlord to let me out of the lease. He seemed reluctant, but eventually agreed when I showed him the footage. I moved out 2 days later. A week after I left, the police called me. They had gone to check on Alan after another tenant in the area complained of someone watching her. When they entered his half of the duplex, they found a hidden crawl space leading under the floorboards, one that extended beneath my side of the house. Inside were small personal items, things that weren't his. Hair ties, pens, a coffee mug, a book. Some of them were mine. They said Alan had vanished. His car was still in the driveway, his wallet on the kitchen counter, but no trace of him. It was like he'd just slipped away. Even now, months later, I wake up at night in my new apartment and think I hear faint tapping on the wall. I check my locks 3 times before bed. I can't stand the sound of creaking floorboards, and sometimes when I take out the trash, I swear I see a figure in the distance, just standing there, watching, before melting back into the dark. Story the end. When I moved into the duplex on Maple Street, I thought I'd finally found some peace. The rent was cheap, the neighborhood was calm, and there was even a small playground across the street where families brought their kids in the evenings. I'd been through a rough breakup and needed a quiet place to start over, and this seemed perfect. My side of the duplex was freshly painted, clean, and surprisingly spacious. The other half, however, looked neglected. Curtains always drawn, weeds creeping up through cracks in the sidewalk, and a front porch light that never turned on, even at night. I first noticed my neighbor the day I signed the lease. As I was unloading boxes from my car, I saw a woman standing in the window of the other unit, peeking out from behind the curtains. She was tall, maybe in her late 40s, with long dark hair that hung down over her shoulders. Her face was pale and expressionless, and she didn't blink for what felt like a long time. When I looked up at her directly, she snapped the curtain closed. I thought maybe she was just shy. A few days later, we crossed paths in the driveway. She came out carrying a grocery bag that looked empty. her eyes darting quickly toward me but never quite making contact. "Welcome," she said quietly. Her voice was soft, but there was something about it like an echo in an empty room. "Thank you," I replied. "I'm just moving in. I'm Mark." She hesitated. "I'm Elizabeth." She paused, as though she wasn't sure that was the name she wanted to give me. "If you need anything, I'm next door." She gave a quick, unnatural smile and walked back inside, shutting the door softly behind her. I didn't see her much after that. I heard her, though. At night, I could hear faint thumps through the walls, slow, deliberate footsteps. Sometimes I'd hear her talking to someone, but the voice never replied. Other times, there would be a dragging sound, like something heavy being moved across the floor. The first time something truly unnerved me was about a week after I'd moved in. I woke up at around 3 in the morning to the sound of scratching at my front door. My heart raced. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed and tiptoed to the living room. The scratching stopped. I peeked through the peephole but saw nothing, just the quiet, empty street. When I opened the door in the morning, there was a small pile of dead birds on my welcome mat. Their wings were twisted at unnatural angles, and their eyes were gone. I gagged and called animal control, who came and removed them. They said it was probably a stray cat, but I couldn't imagine a cat leaving such a neat, deliberate pile. That night, as I was watching TV, I heard a soft knocking at the shared wall between our units. Not loud, just faint, rhythmic tapping. I muted the television and held my breath. The tapping stopped. Then a whisper. My name. I jumped to my feet. "Elizabeth?" I called out. No answer. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard what sounded like laughter, low and hollow. Then nothing. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination. New place, thin walls, maybe I'd been dreaming. But the next morning, when I went outside to my car, I saw Elizabeth standing at her window, watching me. Her face was completely blank. As I turned the ignition, I saw her mouth form words I couldn't hear. I started avoiding her. I kept my blinds drawn at night and left for work early to dodge any chance of running into her. But the things happening inside my unit got worse. Small items disappeared. My keys, my phone charger, even food from my fridge. Doors I swore I'd locked were left ajar. One night, I woke up to find my bedroom window open, the curtains fluttering. I lived on the second floor. I called the landlord to ask about Elizabeth. He hesitated before answering. "She's been there a long time," he said. "Keeps to herself. Some of the other tenants have complained about noises, but, well, nothing we can do." I pressed him for more information, but he quickly changed the subject. That night, the scratching at my door returned. This time it was louder, more insistent. I sat in the dark, gripping my bat, listening as something moved along the porch. Slow, deliberate steps. Then silence. The next morning, I found a note slipped under my door. In delicate, almost childlike handwriting, it read, "I can hear you breathing at night. Don't leave me." My hands shook as I read it. I marched next door and banged on Elizabeth's door. No answer. I pounded harder, shouting her name. Nothing. The police came when I called, but they couldn't do much. They knocked, got no response, and told me to get a restraining order if I felt threatened. I told them about the noises, the note, the birds. They looked at each other, then at me, with a mixture of skepticism and pity. 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of someone in my kitchen. I could hear the faint clinking of dishes, the slow creak of the fridge door opening. I called out, "Who's there?" and the sound stopped. Heart hammering, I grabbed my bat and crept down the stairs. The kitchen light was on. The back door stood wide open. On the counter, a plate of food had been laid out. My food. The utensils were set perfectly, like someone had prepared a meal for themselves. I heard a soft sound behind me. Breathing. Slow. Measured. I spun around. Elizabeth was standing in the doorway, her eyes wide and unblinking. She wasn't smiling. She wasn't even looking at me. Her gaze was fixed somewhere past me, as if she were seeing something I couldn't. "You shouldn't try to leave," she whispered. Her voice was low, trembling. "They won't let you leave." "Get out of my house," I yelled. My voice cracked. "I'm calling the cops." She tilted her head slightly as though she didn't understand the words. Then she turned and walked out the back door without another sound. I locked every door and window that night, but I didn't sleep. Every creak, every gust of wind made me jump. When morning came, I went outside and found something scratched into the hood of my car. "Stay." The letters were deep, gouged into the paint. I started packing that day. I didn't care about the lease anymore. I didn't care about losing my deposit. But as I loaded the first box into my car, I noticed Elizabeth standing across the street. She was holding something. My keys. "Please," she said softly, "don't go. You'll make them angry." I ran back inside and called the police again. When they arrived, Elizabeth was gone. They searched her unit but found nothing. No furniture, no personal belongings, no trace of anyone living there at all. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. I left that night with only what I could fit in my car. I drove for hours, finally stopping at a motel 2 towns over. When I checked my bags in the room, I found another note folded neatly into my clothes. "You can't run from your neighbor." It's been months since I moved, but I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone's watching me. Sometimes I think I hear soft scratching at my door. Other times, when I look out my window, I swear I see her. A pale face, dark hair, unblinking eyes, standing under a streetlight, waiting. Story the end. It started the summer I moved into my first apartment, a modest 2-bedroom unit in a quiet suburban town in Ohio. I had just graduated college and taken a job at a nearby logistics company. So the plan was simple: work, pay rent, and try to enjoy the independence I'd longed for. I remember walking into the apartment for the first time, carrying boxes and thinking how perfect it seemed. Quiet neighborhood, parking right outside, neighbors who smiled politely when I waved. But looking back now, I can see how that initial sense of comfort masked the unease that would soon dominate my life. My immediate neighbor who lived in the apartment next to mine was a man named Hank. On first impressions, he was the type you'd expect to see on a postal stamp. Quiet, slightly older than me, with a weathered face and a worn baseball cap he never seemed to remove. When I introduced myself, he gave a slow, deliberate smile and a firm handshake. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he said. "I hope you like it here." It felt like a simple, neighborly greeting, but there was something in his eyes, a sharpness, an intensity that made me instinctively step back. I brushed it off, convincing myself I was just being paranoid. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. Hank kept to himself, and so did I. But then the subtle, unnerving things began. At night, when I would sit in my living room watching TV, I'd notice shadows flicker past the edges of my blinds. At first, I assumed it was a trick of the streetlight outside, or maybe someone passing by. But soon I began hearing noises in the walls, the kind of scratching that sounded deliberate, like someone was running their fingers along the drywall. I tried to rationalize it. Old buildings creak, pipes shift, neighbors move furniture. But then I started noticing patterns. Hank would always leave his apartment at odd hours. Sometimes I would see him standing outside my window at night, perfectly still, watching me. I never confronted him. Part of me hoped I was imagining it, and part of me was terrified of provoking him. The first real incident happened about a month after I moved in. I had gone to bed early because I had a 6 a.m. shift. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone knocking lightly on my door. At first, I thought it was a neighbor coming home, so I didn't panic. But the knocking continued, deliberate and rhythmic. When I looked through the peephole, there was no one there. I opened the door cautiously, but the hallway was empty. I chalked it up to a prank or my imagination and tried to sleep, but the knocking returned at 4 a.m., then 5 a.m., always when I was alone and most vulnerable. I started keeping my lights on and even slept with a baseball bat by my bed, just in case. The next day, I mentioned it casually to a coworker, expecting sympathy or advice. Instead, he looked at me with a hint of caution. "You're lucky it hasn't gotten worse," he said. "Some people around here, they're not what they seem." I pressed for more details, but he shrugged and muttered, "You'll see." From that point on, my life became a series of small, creeping horrors. Hank's presence was almost omnipresent. I would hear his footsteps outside my door at times I knew he shouldn't be home. My mail started going missing. One morning, I found my apartment door unlocked when I was certain I had locked it. Nothing was stolen, but my sense of safety had begun to erode. I tried speaking to him directly, once or twice, asking if he had seen anything strange or if he had been in my apartment, but he would smile faintly and shake his head. "Not me," he said calmly, but his calmness only made me more anxious. I started documenting everything. I took videos of strange shadows, photographs of footprints on my balcony that couldn't have been mine, and kept a journal detailing every encounter with him or anything unusual. It didn't help. It only made me hyper-aware. Sleep became difficult. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind outside my window set my nerves on edge. The situation escalated in subtle ways over the next few months. I began noticing items in my apartment slightly moved. A book shifted on the shelf, a chair not quite where I left it. I blamed myself for being forgetful until I found my toothbrush in the fridge one morning. That was the moment I realized this wasn't harmless peeking or idle pranks. Someone had been inside my apartment while I slept. I installed a security camera in my living room, hidden behind a plant. The footage revealed something I couldn't explain. On multiple nights, around 2 a.m., a shadow would appear in my apartment, moving slowly, almost gliding across the room. The figure wore a baseball cap, the same kind Hank always wore. My stomach dropped. It was him. I called the police once, describing what I saw, but there wasn't enough evidence. They told me to be careful and document everything. I felt trapped. My home, once my sanctuary, had become a place of fear. One night, around midnight, I woke to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. My heart raced as I realized the lights were off, and the only sound was soft breathing. I held my breath and reached for the bat beside my bed. I could hear footsteps approaching, deliberate, slow, calculated. Then a whisper, "Don't be afraid. I just want to watch." I froze, paralyzed. The voice was calm, almost gentle, but laced with menace. My mind raced. This was Hank. I didn't want to provoke him, but I couldn't just sit there. I swung the bat blindly toward the door, and the footsteps stopped. There was silence, then the soft sound of something scraping against the wall as he retreated. I called the police again, but by the time they arrived, there was no one there. I moved furniture to block the door and began sleeping in the living room, lights blazing, hoping the cameras would catch anything else. That's when I started noticing other signs. His presence wasn't just in my apartment. My car, parked outside, had scratch marks along the passenger side. The tires had been slashed once, then twice, even though the police couldn't find any fingerprints or witnesses. The harassment became psychological as well. I would receive notes slipped under my door, written in messy, almost childish handwriting. "I see you. Don't sleep too long. We're neighbors, remember?" The messages weren't threatening in the traditional sense. They were more insidious, designed to erode my sense of safety. I tried talking to my landlord, who lived on the other side of the complex. She nodded sympathetically, but said there wasn't much she could do. "He's a quiet guy," she said. "No one's ever had complaints." That night, I saw him standing outside my window again, perfectly still, watching me sleep. The breaking point came one night in October. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows. I had just returned from work and was trying to calm down after another long day. I heard the softest knock at my door. Thinking it was a package delivery, I ignored it, but the knocking became insistent, urgent. I peeked through the peephole and my stomach turned. Hank wasn't there, or rather, he was there, but not like before. His face was pressed against the peephole, impossibly close, eyes wide and unblinking. I stumbled back, heart pounding, and called 911. I told them there was someone in my apartment complex, someone dangerous. By the time the officers arrived, he was gone. They took my statement, but again couldn't do much. I started thinking about moving, but I had no family nearby and limited savings. The apartment felt like a trap I couldn't escape. Things became worse in the weeks that followed. He began leaving objects inside my apartment. Small, ordinary items placed in odd locations. A single shoe on the kitchen counter, a spoon balanced on the edge of the bathtub, a newspaper open to a page I had just read. It was like he was playing some sort of game, proving he could enter at will, proving I was powerless. Then the phone calls started. I would answer, and there would be nothing but breathing on the line. Occasionally I would hear him whisper, "I'm right here." The police advised me to hang up and trace the calls, but every time I tried, the line went dead. One night in November, I returned from work to find my front door wide open. Nothing was taken, but the living room was rearranged. Furniture pushed against walls, photos turned face down, and in the center of the room, a note, "Sleep tight." I snapped pictures and called the police, but when they arrived, the note had disappeared. I finally decided I had to leave. I packed my belongings hastily, subleasing my apartment for a few months while I found a more permanent place. On moving day, as I carried the last of my boxes out to the car, I saw him across the parking lot. Hank stood perfectly still, hands in his pockets, watching me leave. He didn't say anything. He just smiled that same slow, deliberate smile and then turned and walked back toward his apartment. Even after I moved, the feeling of being watched lingered. Occasionally, I would catch glimpses of someone in a baseball cap walking past my new apartment. I changed my routines, avoided night shifts, and still there was that gnawing anxiety, the sense that my neighbor's influence followed me like a shadow. It's been 3 years since I left that first apartment. I have a new job, a new apartment, and a new sense of normalcy, or at least I try to. But every so often when I'm home alone, I see movement at the corner of my vision or a shadow pass behind the blinds, and I feel that same chilling sensation, the memory of Hank's eyes pressing against the peephole, watching, knowing, always there. I never learned his last name. I never knew why he chose me. And I've stopped trying to figure it out because some things aren't meant to be understood. I just know that in that quiet suburban town for a time, I was trapped in a nightmare orchestrated by the person I should have felt safest around, my neighbor. Story, the end. It started off like any other fall evening in our quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio, the kind of street where everyone knows each other by name, or at least thinks they do. I had just moved into a modest two-story house on Elmwood Drive, a street lined with maples that would turn fire orange in October. The previous owners had left in a hurry, apparently relocating for work, and I was the first new family in a long time. I had settled in, unpacked most of my boxes, and was starting to feel like I belonged. Little did I know that my sense of security was about to shatter in ways I couldn't have imagined. The first encounter with him, or more accurately, with the presence that would come to define my life on Elmwood Drive, was subtle. I noticed him from my kitchen window, a man who lived a couple of houses down on the left. He was middle-aged, maybe late 40s, slightly overweight, with a thin, almost scraggly beard and a baseball cap that always seemed too big for his head. He never smiled, never waved, but he would be there, often standing near his mailbox or by the edge of his driveway, watching. I chalked it up to curiosity. New neighbors always attract attention, and I tried to ignore it. Weeks went by. Every morning I would see him while walking to my car for work. He was always in the same spot, almost like clockwork. Sometimes I caught glimpses of him when I returned from grocery trips or errands. There was never a greeting, not a nod, just watching. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then odd things started happening around my house. Packages left on the porch would be slightly moved, not taken, just shifted. The sliding door to the backyard, which I always made sure to lock, would sometimes be slightly ajar when I returned home. My first thought was that I was forgetful, but deep down, I knew I was careful. I locked doors and windows obsessively since moving in. Then the noises began. Nothing constant, nothing that could be traced to a clear source. But at night, when the house was silent except for the hum of the fridge, I would hear footsteps outside, pacing along the front porch or circling the house. Sometimes there were knocks on the door, soft but deliberate, always at times when I wasn't expecting visitors. I never answered. My phone became my lifeline, my security camera system the eyes I wished I had in real life. It was about 2 months into living there when things escalated. One evening I came home late from work, exhausted after a 12-hour shift at the hospital. I parked in my driveway and immediately noticed his car, an old rusted blue sedan, parked in front of my house. That wasn't unusual. Our street didn't have strict parking rules, and sometimes neighbors parked wherever they wanted. But something about that evening felt off. The front porch light was on, which I never left on during the day, and as I got closer to the door, I saw him. Standing in the shadows near my garage, hands shoved into his pockets, staring straight at me. My stomach dropped. I tried to keep calm like nothing was wrong and rushed inside, locking the door behind me. I peeked through the blinds and he was gone. That night, sleep didn't come easy. I lay in bed, listening, heart pounding. At around 2 a.m., I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from my front door. I stayed frozen, hoping it was my imagination, but it wasn't. The scratching grew louder, deliberate, as if someone was testing the lock. I reached for my phone, dialed 911, and whispered the situation. By the time the dispatcher came on the line, the sound had stopped. I didn't hear him leave, but I also didn't see him outside the window when I finally summoned the courage to check. The officer who responded told me nothing seemed out of place, no footprints, no signs of forced entry. He suggested installing better locks and motion sensor lights, which I did, but it felt like a temporary fix for something that was far from temporary. The following weeks were a blur of anxiety. I noticed him following me while walking my dog. He would appear at the corner of the street if I was heading to the mailbox, or just standing in his yard, watching me come and go. I tried talking to him once, cautiously, keeping my distance. "Hey, I'm your new neighbor," I said, trying to be friendly. He didn't respond, just stared, his eyes cold, empty, almost predatory. I forced a smile, mumbled something about the weather, and walked away. That was the last attempt at normal neighborly interaction. Things turned truly sinister one Saturday night. I was home alone. My roommate had gone to visit family. The rain was coming down hard, drumming against the roof and windows. I had the living room lights on and was curled up on the couch, watching an old horror movie to pass the time. Around 11 p.m., I heard a loud bang at the back door, followed by several smaller thuds. My heart froze. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the couch for emergencies and tiptoed to the kitchen to peek through the blinds. Nothing. I waited, holding my breath, every nerve on edge. Then, I saw him. At the far end of the backyard, his silhouette illuminated briefly by a flash of lightning. He was staring directly at me, unmoving. I couldn't breathe. I slammed the blinds shut and backed away, gripping the bat tighter. I called the police immediately. While on the line, I watched him. He didn't run. He didn't hide. Just stood there like a statue until the officers arrived. They searched the yard, the perimeter of my house, and even knocked on his door, but found nothing. No one answered. I could see the light behind the blinds of his house flicker, like someone was watching them watch him. The officers assured me they would patrol the area more frequently, but when they left, I felt exposed, vulnerable in a way I hadn't experienced before. Sleep became impossible. I installed cameras around the house, front door, back door, side yard, even inside by the windows facing the street. I hoped to catch something, anything, to make sense of the fear that had taken over my life. A week later, I got footage that made my blood run cold. The man was outside at 3 a.m., walking along my property line. He carried a small, folded ladder and some tools. He wasn't trying to hide. He was methodical, almost casual. He set the ladder against my back fence and climbed over. The cameras didn't capture what he did in the backyard, but I could see him walking around, crouching, standing, just observing. I immediately called the police, and this time they stayed until morning. When I checked the footage later, he had vanished. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, leaving no footprints in the mud from the rain. From that night on, I couldn't go outside after dark. I stopped leaving lights on for fear of drawing attention, but inside the house I felt eyes everywhere. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of him from the corner of my eye, standing in his yard, staring at me, always watching, always waiting. Packages would go missing. I found strange handwritten notes on my porch, some polite, others unnerving, describing my routines, the times I left and returned home. I never reported the notes. The police couldn't do anything without proof, and honestly, I was terrified of drawing more attention to myself. Months passed, and my life became a constant cycle of paranoia and vigilance. Friends stopped visiting because of the atmosphere of fear I had developed. I avoided going out at night, stopped jogging, even taking my dog out became a strategic operation. I remember one night, standing at the top of my stairs, hearing the soft crunch of footsteps on the front porch and realizing I hadn't seen him outside in hours. Then a tapping sound on the front window, 3 quick, deliberate knocks. I froze, staring into the darkness. My dog growled, ears flat. I whispered, "Who's there?" The knocking stopped. I never got an answer. One night, during a particularly violent thunderstorm, it escalated to something that felt like pure horror. I was home alone, rain lashing against the windows, lightning illuminating the living room in sharp, blinding flashes. The power went out suddenly, plunging the house into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight and grabbed the bat. That's when I heard it, The back door handle rattling, slow, deliberate. Someone was trying to enter. I shined the flashlight toward the sound and saw him, standing there, calm, silent, soaked from the rain, watching me. I screamed, swinging the bat as hard as I could, but he stepped back, almost amused. I ran out the side door, barefoot, into the rain, and drove straight to my parents' house, leaving everything behind. I stayed there for days. My roommate helped me pack a few essentials, and I filed a restraining order, though I knew it would be difficult to enforce. The police told me that unless he was caught in the act, there was little they could do, and catching him in the act seemed impossible. He was careful, methodical, and terrifyingly patient. I eventually moved out of Elmwood Drive, never looking back. But the memory of that man, the cold, unwavering stare, the feeling of being watched at every turn has never left me. Even now, years later, I feel a flicker of panic whenever I hear footsteps behind me or see a shadow in the corner of my eye. Elmwood Drive was supposed to be a safe, quiet street, but that illusion was shattered the night I met him. Story the end. It started with a simple move. I had just graduated college and finally found my first apartment on my own. A modest two-bedroom place in a quiet suburban neighborhood just outside a mid-sized American city. Rent was reasonable, and the location seemed perfect, close enough to the city for work, but tucked away in a small street lined with trees that promised some peace. My parents helped me move in over a weekend in early March, and everything felt like a fresh start. The building itself was older, late 1970s construction, but well-maintained. My apartment was on the second floor, which meant I only had one neighbor directly above me and none on the sides, so I assumed it would be relatively quiet. That assumption lasted about a week. The first odd thing was the sound. At night, I'd hear faint thumps from next door, or at least I assumed it was next door. Sometimes it was just the occasional bang, like someone dropping a heavy object. Other times, it sounded like furniture being dragged across a floor. I tried not to let it bother me. Everyone has neighbors. These things happen. But the sounds were oddly rhythmic, almost deliberate, like someone moving around with a purpose. I didn't meet the neighbors immediately. The landlord handed me the keys, said hi, and left me to settle in. I thought I'd wait for the welcome to the building knock that never came. Instead, I got a flyer shoved under my door about a local neighborhood watch meeting. I figured that was my cue to finally meet the neighbors. The first real interaction was with a woman named Sharon. She was in her late 40s, friendly in that slightly overbearing way that made you feel watched, even when nothing was happening. She came over a few days after I moved in, knocking on my door without waiting for me to respond to the flyer. "Hi, I'm Sharon from next door. Just wanted to welcome you," she said with a wide smile, holding a plate of homemade cookies. I thanked her and invited her in. Her apartment was immaculate. Not just clean, eerily so. Everything had its place. She seemed to notice every little thing in mine, giving small nods of approval when she saw my neatly arranged kitchen counter or my bookshelves. I remember thinking, she's a nice lady, but a little intense. The next week, things started getting weird. It started with small notes. I'd find sticky notes on my door with messages like, "Be safe tonight," or "Don't forget to lock your windows." They weren't threatening, but they felt invasive. I didn't confront her at first. I assumed she was just trying to be helpful in her own way. Then the sounds got worse. Thumping and dragging noises at all hours. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like someone pacing in the hallway outside my door, slow and deliberate. I began checking the peephole, but I never saw anyone. Occasionally, I'd think I saw a shadow moving across the hallway, but by the time I got to the door, it was gone. One night, I was up late, working on my laptop. Around 2 a.m., I heard a low, deliberate knocking. Not on my door, but on the wall that separated my apartment from Sharon's. I froze. The knock came again, slow and measured, almost like someone was counting. My heart raced. I wanted to yell through the wall, "Who's there?" But I didn't. I sat perfectly still, listening as the knocking stopped. I told myself it was probably nothing. A few days later, I returned from work to find my door slightly ajar. My apartment was locked when I left, and I never forgot to lock it. My heart sank. Nothing appeared missing, and nothing looked disturbed, but that sense of someone having been inside lingered. I called Sharon immediately, thinking maybe she had a spare key or had accidentally let herself in. She sounded surprised. "Oh no, I didn't go in there," she said, her voice calm but clipped. "Maybe you forgot to lock it yourself?" I knew I hadn't. I locked it every time. After that, I started noticing small, unnerving details. Items in my apartment would shift slightly when I returned home. A mug would be moved an inch to the left, a chair slightly angled differently. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but over time it became too consistent to ignore. One evening, I decided to confront Sharon directly. I knocked on her door, determined to get some answers. She answered, smiling the same wide, friendly smile, but something in her eyes made me hesitate. "Hi, how's everything going?" she asked, stepping aside to let me in. I, I've noticed some weird things, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Items moving around, noises. I think someone might have been in my apartment. Sharon tilted her head slightly. "Oh, I would never. Your place is very nice. Maybe it's just the building settling. Old floors make noises." Her explanation sounded plausible, but I couldn't shake the feeling she was lying. I thanked her and left. That night, I started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed. I refused to leave the lights off. The thumping came again, but now I would wake up and watch through the blinds, waiting. Shadows flitted across the hallway. Sometimes I thought I heard her voice, whispering my name, though I couldn't be sure. One afternoon, I was at home alone, doing laundry. I heard the front door click open. My heart raced. I ran to the door, and no one was there. Then I noticed the small sticky note on the counter. "Hope you're doing well today." It wasn't there earlier. My hands shook as I picked it up. I called the police once, thinking maybe I needed help. They came, checked the locks, and didn't find anything. "Maybe it's just someone leaving notes," the officer said. "Could be a friend or neighbor trying to be friendly." But it didn't feel friendly. Over the next few weeks, the notes became more personal. One read, "You looked tired this morning. Remember to eat." Another said, "I saw someone watching you yesterday. Be careful." My anxiety skyrocketed. I tried to keep track of her comings and goings, but she always seemed to appear just when I left or turned my back. Then one night, I woke up to a sound I couldn't ignore. It was the distinct sound of footsteps pacing in my apartment. Slow, heavy, deliberate. I grabbed the bat, creeping toward the noise. It stopped as I reached the kitchen. My heart was pounding in my chest. I flicked on the lights. Nothing. I stepped cautiously into the living room. That's when I saw it. My laptop, which I'd left on the table, was open. A Word document in progress displayed on the screen, and typed in it, in a handwriting style that wasn't mine, "I watch because I care." I dropped the bat. I felt my stomach turn. Someone had been in my apartment while I was asleep. The next morning, I called my landlord, explaining everything. He seemed dismissive. "Sharon's been here for 20 years, he said. She's, well, eccentric. She's never caused problems before. You're probably overreacting." But I wasn't. I started recording the noises at night, setting up cameras I bought online. At first, nothing. Then one night, I got a clip I couldn't ignore. A figure entered my apartment quietly, moved with purpose, and disappeared before I could confront it. The recording was grainy, but the figure looked exactly like Sharon. The shape, the hair, the posture. I confronted her immediately, showing her the video. Her reaction was chilling. She didn't deny it. Instead, she smiled. "Oh, you caught me," she said softly. "I just like to check on you. Make sure you're safe. You're very young, very alone." I told her she was trespassing and called the police. This time, they took it seriously. When they arrived, Sharon had vanished. The officers searched the building but didn't find her. I moved out the next day. I found another apartment across town, one with a secure building and no neighbors nearby. I changed my locks, my number, everything. Months later, I learned from a neighbor I'd spoken to in passing that Sharon had been living in that building for decades. She was considered friendly by some, but others had complained about her behavior. Small, obsessive surveillance, notes, following people home. Some said she had been asked to leave apartments before, but always managed to find another unit in the same building. I never saw her again, but sometimes I still feel it. That sensation of being watched, of someone knowing where you are, even when you're alone. I check the locks multiple times before bed. I glance out windows, sometimes seeing shadows in the distance. And I remember those notes, The way she made everything in my apartment feel like it was under her control, like I was never truly alone. I often wonder what would have happened if I hadn't caught her on camera, if she had continued. Some nights I wake up in a panic, convinced I hear the soft sound of someone pacing just beyond my bedroom door. Living alone, I realized, isn't just about freedom. Sometimes it's about who else is out there, silently choosing to be part of your life, whether you want them to or not. Sharon taught me that lesson the hard way, and I've carried it with me ever since. I know she's still out there somewhere, waiting for the next apartment, the next person who doesn't know her history, who doesn't suspect the quiet terror that lurks behind her polite smile. And I can't stop thinking about the fact that she might be watching even now. Story the end. It started innocuously enough. I had just moved into a modest suburban neighborhood in Ohio, somewhere far enough from the city that I could enjoy quiet evenings, but close enough to run errands without a long drive. My apartment was on the ground floor of a small two-story complex. Across the narrow driveway was a single-family house with a well-kept lawn and the kind of cheerful, colorful shutters that screamed friendly neighbor. I didn't know it then, but I was about to meet the most unsettling person I had ever encountered. Her name was Mrs. Callahan, or so I assumed from the mailbox. She appeared in the mornings, a petite woman with a slight stoop, wearing gloves and a sun hat even on chilly days. She'd be out in her yard, trimming the hedges, arranging potted plants, and watering flowers, and she always waved at me. Her smile was small, almost tight-lipped, but pleasant enough to make anyone think she was harmless. I was relieved at first. Moving to a new place, especially alone, was anxiety-inducing. Having a neighbor who seemed like she cared about appearances and community was comforting. I even waved back the first few times. Then the subtle oddities began. At first, it was nothing overt. The little things, a pair of eyes watching me through the blinds when I left for work, or noticing that my garbage had been moved slightly from its usual place by the curb, I chalked it up to my imagination. But then there were the sounds. I remember one night around 2 in the morning when I woke up to the sound of soft shuffling outside my bedroom window. The curtains were drawn, but I could see shadows moving. I froze. The figure didn't move aggressively, but it lingered just beyond the edge of the porch light. I convinced myself it was just a raccoon or some other small animal. It wasn't until the third week that I started feeling really unnerved. I had returned from work late, exhausted from a long shift, and was just about to unlock my door when I noticed her standing at the edge of her yard, holding a notebook and a pen. She looked up as I approached and gave me a slow, deliberate smile. "Long day?" she asked in a quiet, breathy voice. I nodded politely, trying to ignore the chill that ran down my spine. "I was just recording things," she said, tapping her notebook. "Neighborhood patterns, people's routines." I forced a smile and stepped inside, but my heart was hammering. From that point on, the encounters became more frequent and harder to ignore. She would appear on the edge of the driveway when I got home, waving or pretending to water flowers. I started noticing strange things in my apartment. Items slightly moved, the faint scent of something floral but not quite natural lingering in the air. Once, I came home to find my door unlocked, even though I was certain I had locked it. Nothing was taken. Just small adjustments. My shoes neatly lined up against the wall, my coat folded to the chair, rather than draped across it. I started leaving little traps to see if anyone had been inside. One night, I placed a roll of tape on the edge of my coffee table, sticking the edge to the surface so it would curl if touched. The next morning, the tape was gone. I couldn't tell anyone. People always say to trust your gut, but they also assume you're overreacting when you can't produce concrete evidence. I didn't want to get a reputation as a paranoid neighbor, so I tried to rationalize. Maybe she was just eccentric. Maybe she was lonely. But the rationalizations fell apart quickly. It was a Friday night, raining heavily, when it escalated to something I couldn't ignore. I was curled up on the couch watching a movie when I noticed a figure standing in the rain outside my sliding glass door. She wasn't wearing a coat. Her hat was soaked through, hair plastered to her head, and she was holding something in her hands. A small, crudely made doll, the kind that looks hand-stitched. I froze, heart pounding. She didn't knock or call out. She just stared, unmoving, until finally I shut the blinds. Sleep didn't come that night. I checked the locks every hour and peered through the blinds multiple times, seeing the rain blur the street and empty yards, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was close, just beyond my vision. Over the next few days, the presence intensified. I found notes taped to my door, always unsigned, written in a neat, looping script. "Saw you leaving at 7:12 a.m., one read. Another, "You were at the mailbox today. I waved. Did you see me?" The handwriting was the same, delicate, almost feminine. I tried to discard them, but they kept appearing, sometimes even inside my mailbox or under my car windshield wiper. One evening, I decided to confront her. I marched over, soaked from the rain, and knocked firmly on her door. A few moments later, she opened it, her expression calm, almost expectant. "Can I help you?" she asked. I just wanted to talk," I stammered. "About the notes, about being watched." Her eyes, which had always seemed small and sharp, widened slightly, but her voice remained soft. "I only wanted to know my neighbors," she said. "It's important to know who lives nearby. Safety, you know?" I wanted to believe her, but the feeling of being under a microscope wouldn't leave. I went back to my apartment, but I couldn't sleep. Later that night, I heard scratching at my window, faint but deliberate. I switched on the light and saw her silhouette vanish into the darkness. Weeks passed, and I started noticing patterns. My daily routine, when I left, when I returned, even the brands of food I bought, seemed to be recorded. Occasionally, I would find small gifts left on my doorstep: a flower, a pressed leaf, a bottle of water with a handwritten label. The things were benign, but the implication was terrifying. Someone was observing me, marking my days. Then came the breaking point. One Saturday afternoon, I returned home early from work. I had the vague sense that something was off. The front door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, calling her name, thinking maybe she had knocked and I hadn't heard. No answer. I stepped inside and froze. My living room was arranged in a way it never had been before. My coffee table was pushed to the side, cushions neatly stacked on the couch, my rug folded in half. On the floor, in the middle of the room, was the doll from the rainy night. Its stitched face looked impossibly like me, with wide, blank eyes. I ran outside and knocked on her door. No answer. The house looked empty. That was when I noticed it. Small footprints in the mud leading from the side gate to the street. She had been inside. I called the police, but they found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no fingerprints that couldn't be explained away by her tending her yard or passing by. It was as if she had somehow come and gone invisibly. The doll was confiscated, and I stayed at a friend's place for a few nights, but I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched, that she was always near. Months passed, and I became hyper-vigilant. Security cameras were installed, extra locks, motion sensor lights. Still, the notes persisted. Always polite, sometimes apologetic, sometimes just a simple observation. "You left at 6:58 a.m. today. I hope your coffee was good." The final encounter happened on a night that will forever be burned into my memory. It was winter, the first snow of the year blanketing the streets. I had returned from work late and was rushing to get inside. As I reached my front door, I saw her across the street, standing on the corner, holding a small bundle wrapped in cloth. I squinted through the snowflakes and realized it was another doll, this one eerily dressed like my childhood self. I froze. She smiled that tight-lipped smile, raised the doll as if presenting it to me, and then slowly turned and walked away, that disappearing into the shadows. I never saw her again. I moved out the next month, choosing a distant city far from Ohio. But the feeling stayed, lingering in my mind every time I think about neighbors, about what seems like innocent concern, and how quickly it can turn into something invasive, obsessive, and terrifying. I still check my locks multiple times a night, and sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can feel eyes on me, watching, taking notes, waiting. People ask why I never confronted her again, or why I didn't go to the police more aggressively. But when someone can erase themselves so thoroughly, when their presence is everywhere and nowhere, what can the law do? Some neighbors are just quiet. Some are curious, but some are far more dangerous than appearances suggest. Even now, whenever I move into a new apartment or house, I look for the signs. A neighbor who is too friendly, too attentive, too aware. And I always check my windows at night. Story the end. It started as a normal move-in day in late August. I had just graduated college and rented a small duplex in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio. The rent was cheap, the landlord seemed friendly, and the neighborhood felt safe enough for a young woman on her own. My only concern had been my neighbor, who, from the few glimpses I caught while unloading boxes, seemed odd. He was a man in his late 40s or early 50s, wiry, with a pale, almost translucent complexion, and a stare that made me uncomfortable. But I dismissed it. I was tired, stressed from moving, and probably just imagining things. The first week passed without incident. My neighbor, Mr. Holloway, was always outside, mostly tending to his lawn or sitting on his porch in a rocker, staring. At first, I found it unsettling that he would watch me as I moved boxes, but then I told myself that some people were just peculiar. He didn't speak to anyone, didn't socialize, and there was no other interaction. Then the noises started. On the third night, around 2 a.m., I woke up to scratching sounds on the walls. At first, I thought it was just the building settling. Old duplexes do that. But the scratching was deliberate, rhythmic, almost like someone was trying to get my attention. I lay there, heart pounding, straining to hear anything else. That's when I noticed the faint outline of a shadow moving across my bedroom blinds. I live on the ground floor, so the thought of someone outside my window didn't seem impossible. I grabbed my phone and shone the flashlight toward the window. Nothing. The next morning, I asked my landlord if anyone else had reported strange noises. He shrugged and said the place was old. Noises happened. I felt foolish, but still uneasy. That afternoon, I saw Mr. Holloway on his porch again, just staring. But this time, it felt different, like he had noticed my attention on him and was deliberately holding my gaze. He didn't move for what felt like an eternity before slowly nodding toward me. A shiver ran down my spine, and I went inside quickly. Things escalated slowly. I began noticing small signs of intrusion. My front door was sometimes unlocked when I was certain I had locked it. Small items would be slightly out of place. A mug shifted a few inches, a book not quite on the shelf the way I remembered. I started installing cheap security cameras, thinking I was being paranoid. The footage was strange. Most nights, I could see the yard and the empty sidewalk. Nothing unusual. But sometimes, when I replayed the footage, I would catch a shadow flitting just beyond the edges of the frame. One night, a figure crouched by my window for a split second before disappearing. I decided to confront him. I knocked on his door one afternoon. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior, cluttered with stacks of newspapers, magazines, and broken furniture. Mr. Holloway appeared from the back room. He was thinner than I remembered, eyes hollow, and he didn't smile. Yes? His voice was soft, but carried an edge. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm your neighbor, I said, forcing a smile. He didn't answer at first. Then he said, I know who you are. I've been watching. I froze. My mind raced. Watching? He tilted his head slowly. I like to know who comes and goes, who lives here, who touches what should not be touched. I nodded, pretending to understand. Right? Well, nice to meet you. I backed away and returned to my apartment. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The scratching returned, louder this time. But there was something else, whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was soft, taunting, and it seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I tried to convince myself it was the wind, maybe an animal, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The following day, I went to the local police station. I told them about the noises, the feeling of being watched, and the strange behavior of my neighbor. They noted it down, but said there wasn't enough evidence for any action. They suggested keeping a log of incidents. I started keeping a notebook, documenting every sound, every movement, every strange interaction. Weeks went by, and the harassment escalated. It wasn't just scratching or shadows anymore. I found notes slipped under my door, written in a shaky, almost childlike hand. I see you. I am here. Don't ignore me. I never saw anyone deliver them. I tried to ignore them, thinking maybe someone was playing a sick joke, but the dread I felt each time I retrieved the note was unbearable. One evening, I returned from work to find my apartment broken into. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was missing, but every room had been touched, drawers slightly open, furniture moved, cabinets rearranged. It felt deliberate, like someone wanted me to feel vulnerable, unsafe. I called the police immediately, and they arrived within 15 minutes. They checked the place, dusted for prints, and eventually left, telling me again there was nothing conclusive. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stayed in the living room with the lights on, phone in hand, waiting, listening. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps outside my door. Heavy, dragging, patient. I called 911 quietly. The operator instructed me to stay calm. The footsteps stopped at the door. A faint scratching began, followed by a whispered, "Come out and play." I don't know how long I stayed on the phone with the operator. Eventually, the footsteps faded. By dawn, I was exhausted, trembling, but no one was there. I decided I couldn't stay. That morning, I packed my essentials and went to a motel across town, leaving the apartment and Mr. Halloway behind. I tried to put it behind me, tried to convince myself I was overreacting. But the harassment didn't stop. Phone calls with silence on the other end, notes left in my mailbox. Sometimes, at night, I would see a shadow at the motel window just outside, watching. Months later, I learned from the landlord that Mr. Halloway had lived in the duplex for over 20 years. Neighbors rarely saw him, and he was known for being reclusive, almost hermit-like. But a few old-timers whispered stories, strange noises, missing pets, things disappearing. No one had ever directly accused him of anything. They just avoided him, like everyone instinctively knew something was off. The breaking point came one rainy night. I was asleep in the motel when I heard scratching at the window. My heart sank. I looked through the blinds and saw a figure standing in the rain, soaked but still perfectly still. His face was obscured by shadows, but the posture, the slow, deliberate movement of turning his head toward me, was unmistakable. I grabbed my phone and called the police. By the time they arrived, he was gone. But they found something in the parking lot, a notebook, soaked through, filled with pages of meticulous notes, sketches of my apartment, my movements, even my car. At the bottom of one page, a single phrase, "Soon." After that, I moved again, far away, changing my number, changing everything. But the fear never left me. Every time I hear a scraping sound outside a window or the faint creak of floorboards at night, my mind goes back to Mr. Halloway. I still wonder how he knew so much, how he seemed to anticipate my movements, how he could be there without being there. The thought that he might still be out there watching makes my stomach churn even now. I eventually tried therapy, told close friends the story, but most people dismissed it as paranoia. They couldn't understand the overwhelming dread that came with realizing someone was monitoring you so closely, so intimately, that even when you moved across town, they seemed to know. Even now, I sleep with a knife under my pillow and lights on in the house. I've learned not to look out the windows at night. The past never truly leaves you when someone like that is involved. I wish I could say I felt safe again, but I know better. Mr. Halloway's brand of horror isn't in violent confrontation or dramatic attacks. It's the slow, creeping, suffocating awareness that someone is always there, just beyond the veil of normalcy, observing, waiting, and knowing every detail of your life. That's the part that breaks you, not the physical threat, but the knowledge that you are being watched, studied, and toyed with like a specimen under a microscope. I don't know what happened to him. I sometimes see news reports of a man fitting his description wandering through suburbs, rarely committing crimes, rarely interacting, just appearing. The thought that he might have moved on to someone else chills me to my core. And the most terrifying part, the realization that he probably won't stop, that the game never ends, that the predator doesn't need an audience. He just needs to watch. I still live with that fear every day. I check locks obsessively, triple check windows, and avoid interactions with neighbors as much as possible. I've considered moving far away again, maybe even out of state, but the paranoia has me second-guessing everything. Because no matter where I go, I know someone like Mr. Halloway exists somewhere, watching, waiting, patient beyond reason, a shadow blending into normalcy, the kind of horror you can't escape. It's not just the knowing that someone could be out there. It's the understanding that if you've ever been watched, studied, and slowly terrorized over time, your life changes in ways no one else can comprehend. You become hyper-aware, distrustful, fragile. You realize that safety is an illusion, and some people don't abide by society's rules. They exist outside them, in the cracks of everyday life, and you only see them when it's already too late. I've spoken to psychologists about obsessive neighbors, stalking, and intrusive behavior, but nothing fully captures the essence of what it feels like to live under constant observation by someone like him. It's different from a robbery, different from a break in, different from violence. This is methodical, patient, deliberate. This is a horror you can't fight physically. You can't call the police fast enough. You can't run far enough. You're caught in a web of someone else's fixation. And the only defense is vigilance, a vigilance that never ends. Sometimes I think about the notes he left, soaked through in the rain. The phrase soon haunts me. I've wondered if it referred to some act I was unaware of, or simply his way of asserting control, a promise that his watching wouldn't end. That thought alone keeps me awake at night. Every new neighbor, every passerby on the street, every shadow flitting by a window, my mind instantly calculates the risk, tries to discern who might be watching, who might be cataloging my life. It's exhausting, and I know it's not healthy, but I can't help it. Once you've felt the cold, calculating gaze of someone like Mr. Halloway, nothing is ever truly normal again. I tell my story here as a warning. Sometimes the scariest neighbors aren't the ones you hear about in local crime reports. Sometimes they live next door, quiet, unassuming, harmless at first glance. And sometimes they stay out of sight long enough for you to forget, long enough for them to study you, understand you, and make you their obsession. I never met him after that motel night. I don't know if he moved, died, or simply went dormant. But I carry the knowledge of his existence like a scar. And every so often, late at night, when I catch a shadow in the corner of my eye, I wonder if he's watching still, smiling, enjoying the fact that he once made my life entirely unrecognizable. Even now, I hear scratching sometimes. I'm not sure if it's real or if it's my mind replaying every detail of what happened. But I know better. The fear isn't in what you can see. It's in what you know is there, always just out of reach, waiting. Story the end. It started as a normal move-in day in the late summer of 2016. I had just gotten a new apartment in a small suburban town in Ohio, a place that seemed quiet, safe, and entirely ordinary. The building was a 2-story brick complex with a narrow alley behind it and a small parking lot in front. The street was lined with maple trees, their leaves already beginning to turn a dull orange, and the occasional cat prowled the sidewalks. I remember thinking how peaceful it all looked, the kind of place where nothing bad ever happened, or so I thought. I was greeted by my next-door neighbor, a man in his late 40s named Harold. He was tall, lanky, with gray streaks in his hair and a permanent scowl that made him look like he didn't like anyone or anything. He offered a curt nod and a muttered, "Welcome," before retreating into his apartment without much else. I didn't think much of it at the time. Some people are just naturally standoffish. What struck me as odd, though, was how often he watched from his window. No matter what I did, unloading boxes, moving furniture, even standing outside to get my bearings, he was always there, observing, with that cold, unwavering stare. The first week passed without incident, aside from the occasional awkward nod in the hallway. I was settling in, unpacking, trying to make this apartment feel like home. That's when the small, strange things started happening. At first, it was minor. Items slightly moved, doors that I was sure I had locked left ajar, and faint tapping sounds at night. I chalked it up to the building settling or maybe a raccoon in the attic. But then came the footsteps. I lived on the ground floor, and the footsteps were always in the apartment above mine. Heavy, deliberate, pacing from one end of the ceiling to the other, even in the middle of the night. I never heard anyone else moving like that, and the building manager said my neighbor Harold had a very routine schedule, usually leaving around 9 in the morning and returning after 6 in the evening. But the sounds came at 2, 3, even 4 in the morning, like someone was walking directly above me, waiting. One night, around 2:30 a.m., I woke up to the sound of someone whispering. I sat up in bed, straining to hear, my heart hammering in my chest. It was low, guttural, almost unintelligible, like someone was speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The whispering was coming from the wall that separated my apartment from Harold's. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but no sooner had I whispered "hello" into the phone than the sound stopped. Complete silence, except for my own shallow breathing. The dispatcher told me they couldn't send anyone unless there was an actual emergency in progress. I hung up, feeling foolish, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. Over the next few weeks, the occurrences escalated. My mail was tampered with, sometimes rearranged, sometimes ripped open. My trash would be rummaged through. Once I found footprints in the mud outside my bedroom window, prints that led to Harold's door, and stopped there. I confronted him about it, trying to remain calm. "I haven't been outside your window," he said, voice flat, eyes cold. "Maybe you're imagining things." But I wasn't imagining it. The footprints were there. My unease grew, but I tried to stay rational. After all, he was a man who lived alone. Maybe it wasn't personal. Maybe he just had strange habits. Then came the night I first saw him outside. I had just gotten home from work late, around 11 p.m., and the parking lot was empty except for my car. As I got out, I noticed someone crouched behind a bush near the side of the building. At first, I thought it was a kid messing around, but then I saw the unmistakable outline of Harold. He wasn't wearing shoes and he was watching me, almost motionless. I froze, unsure if I should call out, and that's when he stood up slowly, as if he had been waiting, and walked around the building, keeping pace with me silently. I reached my apartment door, fumbling for my keys, and when I looked up again, he was gone. I told myself I had imagined it, that it was just paranoia, but my stomach churned and sleep became impossible. Things got worse after that. I started receiving strange notes in my mailbox. No return address. Messages like, "You shouldn't be here alone," or "I see you," always. I showed a few to friends, but they brushed it off as a prank. But I knew it was Harold. There was no one else who could have done it. I tried to talk to him, tried to get a sense of why he was doing this, but he always denied everything, kept his distance, and would give me a smile that didn't reach his eyes, a cold, knowing smile that made my skin crawl. One night, around 1 a.m., I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself, when I heard scratching. Not the normal, light scratching of a tree branch on the wall, but deliberate, slow, and rhythmic. I traced it to my bedroom window. I got up and turned on the lights, heart racing, and saw Harold outside, crouched, staring in. His eyes reflected the streetlight like twin fires. I screamed and slammed the curtains shut. The police were called, but by the time they arrived, he was gone. He had vanished into the night as if he had never been there. They took a report, but there wasn't enough evidence to press charges. After that night, I started changing my routines. I avoided staying up late. I installed extra locks and motion sensors, even put cameras outside my apartment. The cameras recorded nothing unusual, nothing at all, though the motion sensors often went off without reason. The scratching, the tapping, the whispering, they all continued. I couldn't explain it, and the police told me there wasn't much more they could do unless he actually broke in. But Harold never did. Not overtly. He just watched. Always watched. I learned more about him from neighbors over time. No one really knew him. He had lived in the building for years, but kept to himself. He didn't seem to have friends, family, or anyone who checked in on him. Some said he had been a teacher at the local high school, but had retired abruptly under mysterious circumstances. Others claimed he had a history of mental illness, though no one could confirm. What everyone agreed on was that Harold was unsettling and dangerous in a way you couldn't quite articulate. The true horror began about 6 months after I moved in. One night, during a storm, I was awake because of the rain pounding on the roof. I heard it again, the whispering, this time louder, more urgent. I got out of bed, grabbed my phone to call the police, and then I saw it. The living room window, partially obscured by the curtain, shook slightly, as if someone was pushing against it from the outside. My hands trembled as I pulled the curtain aside, and there he was. Harold, standing in the rain, completely still, his eyes fixed on me. I froze. My throat was dry. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there watching. The streetlights flickered, and then he was gone. But the terror lingered. The next morning, I tried to act normal, hoping it had been a one-time thing, but small things started disappearing inside the apartment. My laptop, a set of keys, some personal documents, things I was certain I had locked away. It was impossible. The doors were locked, the windows were secure. The only person who could have done it was Harold, or someone he had somehow let in. I couldn't rationalize it, couldn't make sense of it. Every time I looked up, I thought I saw him watching from the window. I finally decided to confront him directly. I knocked on his door during the day. He answered immediately, as if he had been expecting me. I tried to sound calm. "Harold, I know it's you. I know what you've been doing." And his expression didn't change. He didn't flinch. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said flatly. I pressed harder, insisting that he stop, that I would call the police if he didn't. He smiled then, a slow, deliberate smile that sent chills down my spine. "Do whatever you want," he said. "I'm always here, always watching. You'll see." That night, I barely slept. Around 3 a.m., the whispering returned. This time it was different. It came from inside the apartment. My bedroom door creaked open slowly, and I swear I saw a shadow move across the wall. A silhouette of Harold. My heart raced. I wanted to call 911, but my phone was gone. The door to my closet creaked, as if someone was hiding inside. I grabbed a lamp and swung it, and there was nothing. No one. Just the echo of footsteps running across the ceiling, over and over like someone pacing in anticipation. Weeks turned into months. I moved furniture around constantly. I changed my locks multiple times, even installed a security system with cameras everywhere. But it didn't stop. Items moved, lights flickered. The whispering, tapping, and pacing continued. Sometimes I would come home to find my apartment rearranged in ways I couldn't explain. Drawers pulled open, closets emptied, doors locked from the inside. And always, the feeling that Harold was there, watching me, lurking just beyond my perception. The final straw came one evening when I returned from work to find my front door unlocked. I live alone. There's no reason it should have been unlocked. I stepped inside, cautiously. The apartment smelled faintly of rain and earth, as if someone had been standing outside in the storm and then walked in. I flicked on the lights. Everything seemed normal at first glance. But then I noticed it. The walls had been scratched, clawed, with words etched into the plaster. "I see you. You can't hide." I packed a bag that night. I left everything behind. Furniture, electronics, clothes. I didn't care. I just needed to get out. I called the police as I was leaving. They came, searched the apartment, found nothing. No fingerprints, no sign of forced entry, nothing at all. Just the words scratched into the walls, which, by the time I returned with the landlord to fix them, had inexplicably disappeared. The landlord said the walls must have been wet or moldy and that scratches like that weren't possible. But I knew better. I never went back. I moved to another state, changed my number, and even changed my name. I told myself I would never have to see him again. But sometimes in the middle of the night when I'm home alone, I swear I hear the whispering again. Not outside, not upstairs, but inside. Always reminding me. Harold is always watching, always waiting. And I know somewhere out there, he's still out there, ready to find someone else to terrorize the way he terrorized me. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know why he did it. But I do know this. Some people aren't just unpleasant neighbors. Some people are predators. Some people are monsters disguised as ordinary men. And when one of them lives next door, there's no escaping. Story the end. It started the summer I moved into my first real apartment on my own. I was 24, fresh out of college, working a job that barely paid the rent, and thrilled to finally have a place of my own in a small town in Ohio. The building was older, a 2-story brick affair that had seen better days, but it was clean, the rent was reasonable, and it was quiet. Or at least, it seemed quiet at first. My neighbor across the hall was a man named Carl. I didn't know much about him initially, other than that he was in his late 40s or early 50s, quiet, and mostly kept to himself. That kind of description is usually harmless, and I didn't think much of it. I first noticed Carl when I moved in. He was in the hallway when I struggled with boxes, muttering something about not dropping anything heavy. But he didn't really help, just stood there, staring. At the time, I chalked it up to a grumpy old man being territorial. The first odd incident was small, but unsettling. I was walking to my car one evening after work around 8 and saw Carl standing on the stairs outside his apartment, staring down the hall. When I passed, he said in this calm, unnervingly soft voice, "You live here now." That was it, just that. He didn't smile, didn't nod, just those words. I nodded awkwardly, muttered a "yeah," and kept walking. A week later, I noticed strange things in the building. Packages I hadn't ordered showed up in front of my door. A bag of groceries once, a small cardboard box another time. At first, I thought maybe the mailman had messed up, or maybe a neighbor had accidentally left something. But each time, Carl was somewhere nearby, often watching me when I noticed the packages. He never spoke about them or did anything overtly threatening, just watched. I told a friend about it, and she said, maybe he's just lonely or trying to be nice. I wanted to believe that, but there was a coldness to the way he watched me. It wasn't curiosity or friendliness, it felt calculating. About 2 months into living there, things escalated. I'd get home late from work, and sometimes Carl would be in the hallway, pretending to sweep or fix something, always in his usual quiet, slow way. But when I walked past, he would suddenly stop and just stare. Once, I had a package in my hand, and when I opened my door, I found it had been opened already. Nothing stolen, nothing damaged, just opened. At first, I chalked it up to some sort of mistake or maybe maintenance staff. But the frequency increased. He seemed to appear out of nowhere, always in the hallway, always watching. Sometimes I would see him in the reflection of my apartment window when I got home late, even if he wasn't there when I looked directly. One night, things got genuinely frightening. I had stayed late at work and got home close to midnight. The building was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in my apartment. As I fumbled with my keys, I noticed movement in the hall. Carl. He was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, staring at my door. My stomach dropped. I managed to get inside and lock the door. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. But when I went to bed, I found something on my pillow. A small note written in precise, neat handwriting. I saw you come home. You were tired. Sleep well. I froze. I had not spoken to anyone that day about coming home late. I didn't leave the door open for anyone. I called the police, but there wasn't much they could do. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints. The building's locks were old but functional. They suggested a security camera or something, but I had neither. The following week, Carl's presence became more invasive. He would sometimes knock on my door quietly at odd hours. Once at 3 a.m., I woke to a faint tapping. I peeked through the peephole. He was just standing there. I didn't answer. He eventually left, but the tension didn't go away. I started sleeping with a small baseball bat by the bed, just in case. It was about 3 months in that things turned physically threatening. I was walking back from the grocery store, arms full, and Carl was at the bottom of the stairs. He didn't move when I passed, didn't acknowledge me, just watched. When I got to my door, I found a single key taped to it with a note, "In case you lose yours." I never lost my keys. I had no idea where that key came from, and I never touched it. The thought that he had a key to my apartment made my blood run cold. From that point on, I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I started keeping my doors double-locked, windows closed, and blinds drawn. Yet despite all precautions, I still felt his presence constantly. I started noticing subtle things, items slightly moved, doors not fully shut, faint breathing or footsteps when I was alone. Every time I confronted him, he acted normal, too normal, almost rehearsed. One night I came home to find my apartment door wide open. My heart raced as I froze in the hallway. Everything inside looked untouched, but there was a wet footprint on the carpet leading from the door toward the kitchen. It wasn't mine. I called 911 immediately, but Carl was already outside, standing perfectly still at the top of the stairs when the police arrived. He claimed he had heard the door open and just wanted to make sure everything was okay. The police didn't arrest him, no evidence. After that night, I moved a small security camera inside my apartment. I didn't tell anyone in the building, fearing that Carl would notice. What I caught on tape over the next week was chilling. Every night between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., Carl would be there, not breaking in, not moving anything major, just standing silently at the hallway door, staring at my apartment. Sometimes he would appear inside my apartment for a few seconds when I was sleeping, always in the shadows, never touching anything. I eventually had to call a locksmith to change all the locks. I threw away the extra key he had left. I considered moving entirely, but I had just signed a year-long lease and couldn't afford the financial hit. One evening, about 6 months in, I was on my laptop when I noticed my reflection in the window. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I saw him, Carl, standing behind me in the living room. I jumped up and turned, but the room was empty. My heart was hammering. I checked all the doors and windows. Locked. I checked the security footage. Nothing. He wasn't captured. After that, I started documenting everything, keeping detailed notes, pictures, times, dates. It felt like I was living in a nightmare, constantly under observation. The note taking helped me feel slightly more in control, but it did nothing to stop the fear. The final incident, the one that made me leave, happened one rainy night. I was sitting on my couch watching TV when I heard faint tapping on the window. My apartment was on the second floor, so I assumed it was a branch hitting the glass. But the tapping grew deliberate, rhythmic. I got up cautiously and peered through the blinds. There he was, standing in the parking lot below, looking up at my window. I couldn't see his face clearly, but the way he tilted his head, examining me, sent chills down my spine. I called the police. They said they would send someone, but when they arrived, he was gone. The next morning, I found a note slipped under my door. "You should have let me in." That was it. That night, I packed everything and moved out, leaving behind the apartment, my lease, and the hellish routine of fearing every shadow. I reported Carl to the landlord and filed an official police report, but he was never arrested. The landlord claimed he had lived there for decades without complaints. Years later, I ran into another tenant from that building. She told me Carl had a reputation for watching people, and that several tenants had moved out quietly after similar incidents. No one ever called the police, and Carl never did anything overtly criminal, at least nothing they could prove. To this day, I can't explain why he targeted me or how he knew so many details about my life. Moving into my own place, I never imagined that the most dangerous person would be right across the hall, living quietly, pretending to be normal, while meticulously watching every detail of my life. The paranoia, the invasive presence, the constant feeling of being watched, it stays with me. I'm always aware of my surroundings, always double-checking doors and windows, even years later. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I catch myself imagining someone standing in the shadows, just beyond the reach of light, silently watching, waiting. And in those moments, I feel a chill that takes me straight back to that summer, to Carl, and to the realization that the most terrifying horrors aren't supernatural, they're the people next door, quietly observing, with motives that you can never fully understand. Story the end.